Chapter 16 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. Miss Heydinger's Private Thoughts. The way from Chelsea to Clapham and the way from South Kensington to Battersea, especially if the former is looped about a little to make it longer, come very near to each other. One night, close upon Christmas, two friends of Lewisham's passed him and Ethel, but Lewisham did not see them, because he was looking at Ethel's face. "Did you see?" said the other girl, a little maliciously. "Mr. Lewisham, wasn't it?" said Miss Heydinger in a perfectly indifferent tone. Miss Heydinger sat in the room her younger sisters called her sanctum. Her sanctum was only too evidently an intellectualized bedroom, and a cheap wallpaper of silvery roses peeped coquettishly from among her draped furniture. Her particular glories were the writing desk in the middle and the microscope on the unsteady octagonal table under the window. There were bookshelves of workmanship patently feminine in their facile decoration and structural instability, and on them an array of glittering poets, Shelley, Rossetti, Keats, Browning, and odd volumes of Ruskin, South Place sermons, socialistic publications in torn paper covers, and above, science textbooks and notebooks in an oppressive abundance. The autotypes that hung about the room were eloquent of aesthetic ambitions and of a certain impermeability to implicit meanings. There were the Mirror of Venus by Burne-Jones, Rossetti's Annunciation, Lippy's Annunciation, and The Love of Life and Love and Death of Watts. And among other photographs was one of last year's Debating Society Committee, Lewisham smiling a little weakly near the centre, and Miss Heydinger out of focus in the right wing. And Miss Heydinger sat with her back to all these things, in her black horsehair arm-chair, staring into the fire, her eyes hot, and her chin on her hand. "I might have guessed before," she said. "Ever since that séance. It has been different." She smiled bitterly. "Some shop girl." She mused. "They are all alike, I suppose. They come back a little damaged, as the woman says in Lady Windermere's Fan. Perhaps he will. I wonder. Why should he be so deceitful? Why should he act to me? Pretty, pretty, pretty. That is our business. What man hesitates in the choice? He goes his own way, thinks his own thoughts, does his own work. His dissection is getting behind. One can see he takes scarcely any notes." For a long time she was silent. Her face became more intent. She began to bite her thumb, at first slowly, then faster. She broke out at last into words again. "The things he might do, the great things he might do. He is able, he is dogged, he is strong. And then comes a pretty face. Oh God! Why was I made with heart and brain?" She sprang to her feet, with her hands clenched and her face contorted, but she shed no tears. Her attitude fell limp in a moment. One hand dropped by her side, the other rested on a fossil on the mantel-shelf, and she stared down into the red fire. "To think of all we might have done! It maddens me. To work and think and learn, to hope and wait, to despise the petty arts of womanliness, to trust to the sanity of man. To awake like the foolish virgins," she said, "and find the hour of life is past." Her face, her pose, softened into self-pity. Futility. "It's no good." Her voice broke. "I shall never be happy." She saw the grandiose vision of the future she had cherished, suddenly rolled aside and vanishing, more and more splendid as it grew more and more remote, like a dream at the waking moment. The vision of her inevitable loneliness came to replace it, clear and acute. She saw herself alone and small, in a huge desolation, infinitely pitiful, Lewisham callously receding with some shop girl. The tears came faster, until they were streaming down her face. She turned as if looking for something. She flung herself upon her knees before the little arm-chair, and began an incoherent sobbing prayer for the pity and comfort of God. The next day one of the other girls in the biological course remarked to her friend that Heydinger Dingery had relapsed. Her friend glanced down the laboratory. "It's a bad relapse," she said. "Really, I couldn't wear my hair like that." She continued to regard Miss Heydinger with a critical eye. She was free to do this because Miss Heydinger was standing, lost in thought, staring at the December fog outside the laboratory windows. "She looks white," said the girl who had originally spoken. "I wonder if she works hard." "It makes precious little difference if she does," said her friend. "I asked her yesterday what were the bones in the parietal segment, and she didn't know one, not one." The next day Miss Heydinger's place was vacant. She was ill, from overstudy, and her illness lasted to within 3 weeks of the terminal examination. Then she came back with a pallid face and a strenuous, unavailing industry. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. In the Raphael Gallery. It was nearly 3 o'clock, and in the biological laboratory the lamps were all alight. The class was busy with razors cutting sections of the root of a fern to examine it microscopically. A certain silent, frog-like boy, a private student who plays no further part in this story, was working intently, looking more like a frog than usual, his expression modest with a touch of effort. Behind Miss Heydinger, jaded and untidy in her early manner again, was a vacant seat, an abandoned microscope, and scattered pencils and notebooks. On the door of the classroom was a list of those who had passed the Christmas examination. At the head of it was the name of the aforesaid frog-like boy. Next to him came Smithers, and one of the girls bracketed together. Lewisham ingloriously headed the second class, and Miss Heydinger's name did not appear. There was, the list asserted, one failure. So the student pays for the finer emotions. And in the spacious solitude of the museum gallery devoted to the Raphael cartoons sat Lewisham, plunged in gloomy meditation. A negligent hand pulled thoughtfully at the indisputable moustache, with particular attention to such portions as were long enough to gnaw. He was trying to see the situation clearly. As he was just smarting acutely under his defeat, this speaks little for the clearness of his mind. The shadow of that defeat lay across everything, blotted out the light of his pride, shaded his honour, threw everything into a new perspective. The rich prettiness of his love-making had fled to some remote quarter of his being. Against the frog-like youngster he felt a savage animosity. And Smithers had betrayed him. He was angry, bitterly angry, with swots and muggers who spent their whole time grinding for these foolish, chancy examinations. Nor had the practical examination been altogether fair, and one of the questions in the written portion was quite outside the lectures. Biver, Professor Biver, was an indiscriminating ass, he felt assured, and so too was Weeks, the demonstrator. But these obstacles could not blind his intelligence to the manifest cause of his overthrow, the waste of more than half his available evening, the best time for study in the 24 hours, day after day. And that was going on steadily, a perpetual leakage of time. To-night he would go to meet her again, and begin to accumulate to himself ignominy in the second part of the course, the botanical section also. And so, reluctantly rejecting one cloudy excuse after another, he clearly focused the antagonism between his relations to Ethel and his immediate ambitions. Things had come so easily to him for the last 2 years that he had taken his steady upward progress in life as assured. It had never occurred to him, when he went to intercept Ethel after that séance, that he went into any peril of that sort. Now he had had a sharp reminder. He began to shape a picture of the frog-like boy at home. He was a private student of the upper middle class, sitting in a convenient study with a writing table, bookshelves, and a shaded lamp. Lewisham worked at his chest of drawers, with his greatcoat on, and his feet in the lowest drawer wrapped in all his available linen, and in the midst of incredible conveniences the frog-like boy was working. Meanwhile Lewisham toiled through the foggy streets, Chelsea Ward, or after he had left her, tramped homeward, full of foolish imaginings. He began to think with bloodless lucidity of his entire relationship to Ethel. His softer emotions were in abeyance, but he told himself no lies. He cared for her, he loved to be with her, and to talk to her, and please her, but that was not all his desire. He thought of the bitter words of an orator at Hammersmith, who had complained that in our present civilization even the elemental need of marriage was denied. Virtue had become a vice. "We marry in fear and trembling. Sex for a home is the woman's traffic, and the man comes to his heart's desire when his heart's desire is dead." The thing which had seemed a mere flourish came back now with a terrible air of truth. Lewisham saw that it was a case of divergent ways. On the one hand that shining staircase to fame and power that had been his dream from the very dawn of his adolescence, and on the other hand Ethel. And if he chose Ethel, even then would he have his choice? What would come of it? A few walks, more or less. She was hopelessly poor, he was hopelessly poor, and this cheat of a medium was her stepfather. After all, she was not well educated, she did not understand his work and his aims. He suddenly perceived with absolute conviction that after the séance he should have gone home and forgotten her. Why had he felt that irresistible impulse to seek her out? Why had his imagination spun such a strange web of possibilities about her? He was involved now, foolishly involved. All his future was a sacrifice to this transitory ghost of love-making in the streets. He pulled spitefully at his moustache. His picture began to shape itself into Ethel, and her mysterious mother, and the vague dexterous Chaffery holding him back, entangled in an impalpable net from that bright and glorious ascent to performance and distinction. Leaky boots and the splash of cabs for all his life as his portion. Already the Forbes medal, the immediate step, was as good as lost. What on earth had he been thinking about? He fell foul of his upbringing. Men of the upper or middle classes were put up to these things by their parents. They were properly warned against involving themselves in this love nonsense before they were independent. It was much better. Everything was going, not only his work, his scientific career, but the debating society, the political movement, all his work for humanity. Why not be resolute even now? Why not put the thing clearly and plainly to her, or write? If he wrote now he could get the advantage of the evening at the library. He must ask her to forego these walks home, at least until the next examination. She would understand. He had a qualm of doubt whether she would understand. He grew angry at this possibility, but it was no good mincing matters. If once he began to consider her, why should he consider her in that way? Simply because she was unreasonable. Lewisham had a transitory gust of anger. Yet that abandonment of the walks insisted on looking mean to him. And she would think it mean, which was very much worse somehow. Why mean? Why should she think it mean? He grew angry again. Portly Museum policemen who had been watching him furtively, wondering why a student should sit in front of the Sacrifice of Lystra and gnaw lips and nails and moustache, and scowl and glare at that masterpiece, saw him rise suddenly to his feet with an air of resolution, spin on his heel, and set off with a quick step out of the gallery. He looked neither to the right nor the left. He passed out of sight down the staircase. "Gone to get some more moustache to eat, I suppose," said the policeman reflectively. "Wants to think something had bit him." After some pensive moments the policeman strolled along down the gallery and came to a stop opposite the cartoon. "Figures is a bit big for they 'ouses," said the policeman, anxious to do impartial justice. "But that's art. I lay he couldn't do anything. Not half so good." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The friends of progress meet. The night next but one after this meditation saw a new order in the world. A young lady dressed in an astrakhan-edged jacket and with a face of diminished cheerfulness marched from Chelsea to Clapham alone, and Lewisham sat in the flickering electric light of the Education Library, staring blankly over a businesslike pile of books at unseen things. The arrangement had not been effected without friction. The explanation had proved difficult. Evidently she did not appreciate the full seriousness of Lewisham's mediocre position in the list. "But you have passed all right," she said. Neither could she grasp the importance of evening study. "Of course I don't know," she said judicially, "but I thought you were learning all day." She calculated the time consumed by their walk as half an hour. Just 1/2 hour. She forgot that he had to get to Chelsea and then to return to his lodgings. Her customary tenderness was veiled by an only too apparent resentment, first at him, and then, when he protested, at fate. "I suppose it has to be," she said. "Of course it doesn't matter. I suppose if we don't see each other quite so often," with a quiver of pale lips. He had returned from the parting with an uneasy mind, and that evening had gone in the composition of a letter that was to make things clearer. But his scientific studies rendered his prose style hard, and things he could whisper he could not write. His justification, indeed, did him no sort of justice, but her reception of it made her seem a very unreasonable person. He had some violent fluctuations. At times he was bitterly angry with her for her failure to see things as he did. He would wander about the museum, conducting imaginary discussions with her, and making even scathing remarks. At other times he had to summon all his powers of acrid discipline and all his memories of her resentful retorts to keep himself from a headlong rush to Chelsea and unmanly capitulation. And this new disposition of things endured for 2 weeks. It did not take Miss Heydinger all that time to discover that the disaster of the examination had wrought a change in Lewisham. She perceived those nightly walks were over. It was speedily evident to her that he was working with a kind of dogged fury. He came early, he went late. The wholesome freshness of his cheek paled. He was to be seen on each of the late nights amidst a pile of diagrams and textbooks in one of the less draughty corners of the Educational Library, accumulating piles of memoranda. And nightly in the Students' Club he wrote a letter addressed to a stationer's shop in Clapham, but that she did not see. For the most part these letters were brief, for Lewisham, South Kensington fashion, prided himself upon not being literary, and some of the more dispatch-like wounded a heart perhaps too hungry for tender words. He did not meet Miss Heydinger's renewed advances with invariable kindness, yet something of the old relations were presently restored. He would talk well to her for a time, and then snap like a dry twig. But the loaning of books was resumed, the subtle process of his aesthetic education that Miss Heydinger had devised. "Here is a book I promised you," she said one day, and he tried to remember the promise. The book was a collection of Browning's poems, and it contained sludge. It also happened that it contained the statue and the bust, that stimulating lecture on half-hearted constraints. Sludge did not interest Lewisham. It was not at all his idea of a medium. But he read and re-read the statue and the bust. It had the profoundest effect upon him. He went to sleep. He used to read his literature in bed because it was warmer there, and over literature nowadays it did not matter, as it did with science, if one dozed a little, with these lines stimulating his emotion. So weeks grew months, years, gleam by gleam the glory dropped from their youth and love, and both perceived they had dreamed a dream. By way of fruit it may be to such seed, he dreamed a dream that night. It concerned Ethel, and at last they were a-marrying. He drew her to his arms. He bent to kiss her. And suddenly he saw her lips were shrivelled, and her eyes were dull, saw the wrinkles seaming her face. She was old. She was intolerably old. He woke in a kind of horror, and lay awake and very dismal until dawn, thinking of their separation, and of her solitary walk through the muddy streets, thinking of his position, the leeway he had lost, and the chances there were against him in the battle of the world. He perceived the colourless truth. The career was improbable, and that Ethel should be added to it was almost hopeless. Clearly the question was between these two, or should he vacillate and lose both? And then his wretchedness gave place to that anger that comes of perpetually thwarted desires. It was on the day after this dream that he insulted Parkson so grossly. He insulted Parkson after a meeting of the Friends of Progress at Parkson's rooms. No type of English student quite realises the noble ideal of plain living and high thinking nowadays. Our admirable examination system admits of extremely little thinking at any level, high or low. But the Kensington student's living is at any rate insufficient, and he makes occasional signs of recognition towards the cosmic process. One such sign was the periodic gathering of these Friends of Progress, an association begotten of Lewisham's paper on Socialism. It was understood that strenuous things were to be done to make the world better, but so far no decisive action had been taken. They met in Parkson's sitting room, because Parkson was the only one of the Friends opulent enough to have a sitting room, he being a Whitworth scholar and in receipt of £100 a year. The Friends were of various ages, mostly very young. Several smoked, and others held pipes, which they had discontinued smoking. But there was nothing to drink except coffee, because that was the extent of their means. Dunkerley, an assistant master in a suburban school, and Lewisham's former colleague at Whortley, attended these assemblies through the introduction of Lewisham. All the Friends wore red ties except Bletherley, who wore an orange one to show that he was aware of art, and Dunkerley, who wore a black one with blue specks, because assistant masters in small private schools have to keep up appearances. And their simple procedure was that each talked as much as the others would suffer. Usually the self-proposed Luther of Socialism, ridiculous Lewisham, had a thesis or so to maintain, but this night he was depressed and inattentive. He sat with his legs over the arm of his chair by way of indicating the state of his mind. He had a packet of Algerian cigarettes, 20 for 5 pence, and appeared chiefly concerned to smoke them all before the evening was out. Bletherley was going to discourse of woman under socialism, and he brought a big American edition of Shelley's works and a volume of Tennyson with the Princess, both bristling with paper tongues against his marked quotations. He was all for the abolition of monopolies, and the crèche was to replace the family. He was unctuous when he was not pretty, and his views were evidently unpopular. Parkson was a man from Lancashire, and a devoted Quaker. His third and completing factor was Ruskin, with whose work and phraseology he was saturated. He listened to Bletherley with a marked disapproval, and opened a vigorous defence of that ancient tradition of loyalty that Bletherley had called the monopolist institution of marriage. "The pure and simple old theory, love and faithfulness," said Parkson, "suffices for me. If we are to smear our political movements with this sort of stuff—" "Does it work?" interjected Lewisham, speaking for the first time. "What work?" "The pure and simple old theory. I know the theory. I believe in the theory. Bletherley's Shelley-witted, but it's theory. You meet the inevitable girl. The theory says you may meet her anywhen. You meet too young. You fall in love. You marry, in spite of obstacles. Love lasts at locksmiths. You have children. That's a theory. All very well for a man whose father can leave him 500 a year, but how does it work for a shopman? An assistant master like Dunkley? Or me?" "In these cases one must exercise restraint," said Parkson. "Have faith. A man that is worth having is worth waiting for." "Worth growing old for?" said Lewisham. "Chap ought to fight," said Dunkley. "Don't see your difficulty, Lewisham. Struggle for existence keen, no doubt, tremendous in fact. Still, in it, may as well struggle. 2, join forces, pull the luck. If I saw a girl I fancied so that I wanted to, I'd marry her to-morrow. And my market value is 70, non res." Lewisham looked round at him eagerly, suddenly interested. "Would you?" he said. Dunkley's face was slightly flushed. "Like a shot. Why not?" "But how are you to live?" "That comes after, if—" "I can't agree with you, Mr. Dunkley," said Parkson. "I don't know if you have read Sesame and Lilies, but there you have, set forth, far more fairly than any words of mine could do, an ideal of a woman's place." "All rot, Sesame and Lilies," interrupted Dunkley. "Read bits. Couldn't stand it. Never can stand Ruskin. Too many prepositions. Tremendous English, no doubt, but not my style. Sort of thing a wholesale grocer's daughter might read to get refined. We can't afford to get refined." "But would you really marry a girl?" began Lewisham, with an unprecedented admiration for Dunkley in his eyes. "Why not?" "On—" Lewisham hesitated. £40 a year, raise? Whack! Yes." A silent youngster began to speak, cleared an accumulated huskiness from his throat, and said, "Consider the girl." "Why marry?" asked Bletherley, unregarded. "You must admit you're asking a great thing when you want a girl," began Parkson. "Not so. When a girl's chosen a man and he chooses her, her place is with him. What's the good of hankering? Mutual. Fight together." "Good," said Lewisham, suddenly emotional. "You talk like a man, Dunkley. I'm hanged if you don't." "The place of woman," insisted Parkson, "is the home. And if there is no home, I hold that, if need be, a man should toil 7 years, as Jacob did for Rachel, ruling his passions, to make the home fitting and sweet for her." "Get the hutch for the pet animal," said Dunkley. "No, I mean to marry a woman. Female sex always has been in the struggle for existence. No great damage so far, always will be. Tremendous idea, that struggle for existence. Only sensible theory you've got hold of, Lewisham. Woman who isn't fighting square side by side with a man, woman who's just kept and fed and petted is—" He hesitated. A lad with a spotted face and a bulldog pipe between his teeth supplied a biblical word. "That's shag," said Dunkley. "I was going to say a harem of one." The youngster was puzzled for a moment. "I smoke Perique," he said. "It will make you just as sick," said Dunkley. "Refinement so beastly vulgar," was the belated answer of the smoker of Perique. That was the interesting part of the evening to Lewisham. Parkson suddenly rose, got down Sesame and Lilies, and insisted upon reading a lengthy mellifluous extract that went like a garden roller over the debate, and afterwards Bletherley became the centre of a wrangle that left him grossly insulted and in a minority of one. The institution of marriage, so far as the South Kensington student is concerned, is in no immediate danger. Parkson turned out with the rest of them at 10:30 for a walk. The night was warm for February, and the waxing moon bright. Parkson fixed himself upon Lewisham and Dunkerley, to Lewisham's intense annoyance, for he had a few intimate things he could have said to the man of ideas that night. Dunkerley lived north, so that the three went up Exhibition Road to High Street, Kensington. There they parted from Dunkerley, and Lewisham and Parkson turned southward again for Lewisham's new lodging in Chelsea. Parkson was one of those exponents of virtue for whom the discussion of sexual matters has an irresistible attraction. The meeting had left him eloquent. He had argued with Dunkerley to the verge of indelicacy, and now he poured out a vast and increasingly confidential flow of talk upon Lewisham. Lewisham was distraught. He walked as fast as he could. His sole object was to get rid of Parkson. Parkson's sole object was to tell him interesting secrets about himself and a certain person with a mind of extraordinary purity, of whom Lewisham had heard before. Ages passed. Lewisham suddenly found himself being shown a photograph under a lamp. It represented an unsymmetrical face singularly void of expression, the upper part of an art dress, and a fringe of curls. He perceived he was being given to understand that this was a paragon of purity, and that she was the particular property of Parkson. Parkson was regarding him proudly, and apparently awaiting his verdict. Lewisham struggled with the truth. "It's an interesting face," he said. "It is a face essentially beautiful," said Parkson quietly but firmly. "Do you notice the eyes, Lewisham?" "Oh yes," said Lewisham. "Yes, I see the eyes." "They are innocent. They are the eyes of a little child." "Yes, they look that sort of eye. Very nice, old man. I congratulate you. Where does she live?" "You never saw a face like that in London," said Parkson. "Never," said Lewisham decisively. "I would not show that to every one," said Parkson. "You can scarcely judge all that pure-hearted, wonderful girl is to me." He returned the photograph solemnly to its envelope, regarding Lewisham with an air of one who has performed the ceremony of blood brotherhood. Then, taking Lewisham's arm affectionately, a thing Lewisham detested, he went on to a copious outpouring on love, with illustrative anecdotes of the paragon. It was just sufficiently cognate to the matter of Lewisham's thoughts to demand attention. Every now and then he had to answer, and he felt an idiotic desire, albeit he clearly perceived its idiocy, to reciprocate confidences. The necessity of fleeing Parkson became urgent. Lewisham's temper under these multitudinous stresses was going. "Every man needs a lodestar," said Parkson, and Lewisham swore under his breath. Parkson's lodgings were now near at hand to the left, and it occurred to him this boredom would be soonest ended if he took Parkson home. Parkson consented mechanically, still discoursing. "I have often seen you talking to Miss Heydinger," he said. "If you will pardon my saying it." "We are excellent friends," admitted Lewisham, "but here we are at your diggings." Parkson stared at his diggings. "There's heaps I want to talk about. I'll come part of the way at any rate to Battersea. You're Miss Heydinger, I was saying." From that point onwards he made casual appeals to a supposed confidence between Lewisham and Miss Heydinger, each of which increased Lewisham's exasperation. "It will not be long before you also, Lewisham, will begin to know the infinite purification of a pure love." Then suddenly, with a vague idea of suppressing Parkson's unendurable chatter, as one motive at least, Lewisham rushed into the confidential. "I know," he said. "You talk to me as though I've marked out my destiny these 3 years." His confidential impulse died as he relieved it. "You don't mean to say Miss Heydinger?" asked Parkson. "Oh, damn Miss Heydinger," said Lewisham, and suddenly, abruptly, uncivilly, he turned away from Parkson at the end of the street and began walking away southward, leaving Parkson in mid-sentence at the crossing. Parkson stared in astonishment at his receding back, and ran after him to ask for the grounds of this sudden offence. Lewisham walked on for a space with Parkson trotting by his side. Then suddenly he turned. His face was quite white, and he spoke in a tired voice. "Parkson," he said, "you are a fool. You have the face of a sheep, the manners of a buffalo, and the conversation of a boor. Purity indeed! The girl whose photograph you showed me has eyes that don't match. She looks as loathsome as one would naturally expect. I'm not joking now. Go away." After that Lewisham went on his southward way alone. He did not go straight to his room in Chelsea, but spent some hours in a street in Battersea, pacing to and fro in front of a possible house. His passion changed from savageness to a tender longing. If only he could see her tonight! He knew his own mind now. To-morrow he was resolved. He would fling work to the dogs and meet her. The things Dunkley had said had filled his mind with wonderful novel thoughts. If only he could see her now! His wish was granted. At the corner of the street two figures passed him. One of these, a tall man in glasses and a quasi-clerical hat, with coat collar turned up under his grey side whiskers, he recognised as Chaffery. The other he knew only too well. The pair passed him without seeing him, but for an instant the lamplight fell upon her face and showed it white and tired. Lewisham stopped dead at the corner, staring in blank astonishment after these two figures as they receded into the haze under the lights. He was dumbfounded. A clock struck slowly. It was midnight. Presently down the road came the slamming of their door. Long after the echo died away he stood there. "She has been at a séance. She has broken her promise. She has been at a séance. She has broken her promise," sang in perpetual reiteration through his brain. And then came the interpretation. "She has done it because I have left her. I might have told it from her letters. She has done it because she thinks I'm not in earnest, that my love-making was just boyishness. I knew she would never understand." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. Lewisham's solution. The next morning Lewisham learnt from Lagune that his intuition was correct, that Ethel had at last succumbed to pressure and consented to attempt thought reading. "We made a good beginning," said Lagune, rubbing his hands. "I am sure we shall do well with her. Certainly she has powers. I have always felt it in her face. She has powers." "Was much pressure necessary?" asked Lewisham, by an effort. "We had considerable difficulty, considerable. But of course, as I pointed out to her, it was scarcely possible for her to continue as my typewriter unless she was disposed to take an interest in my investigations." "You did that?" "Had to. Fortunately Chaffery, it was his idea, I must admit." Lagune stopped astonished. Lewisham, after making an odd sort of movement with his hands, had turned round and was walking away down the laboratory. Lagune stared, confronted by a psychic phenomenon beyond his circle of ideas. "Odd," he said at last, and began to unpack his bag. Ever and again he stopped and stared at Lewisham, who was now sitting in his own place and drumming on the table with both hands. Presently Miss Heydinger came out of the specimen room and addressed a remark to the young man. He appeared to answer with considerable brevity. He then stood up, hesitated for a moment between the three doors of the laboratory, and walked out by that opening on the back staircase. Lagune did not see him again until the afternoon. That night Ethel had Lewisham's company again on her way home, and their voices were earnest. She did not go straight home, but instead they went up under the gas lamps to the vague spaces of Clapham Common to talk there at length. And the talk that night was a momentous one. "Why have you broken your promise?" he said. Her excuses were vague and weak. "I thought you did not care so much as you did," she said. "And when you stopped these walks nothing seemed to matter. Besides, it is not like séances with spirits." At first Lewisham was passionate and forcible. His anger at Lagune and Chaffery blinded him to her turpitude. He talked her defences down. "It is cheating," he said. "Well, even if what you do is not cheating, it is delusion, unconscious cheating. Even if there is something in it, it is wrong. True or not, it is wrong. Why don't they thought read each other? Why should they want you? Your mind is your own. It is sacred. To probe it, I won't have it. I won't have it. At least you're mine to that extent. I can't think of you like that, bandaged. And that little fool pressing his hand on the back of your neck and asking questions. I won't have it. I would rather kill you than that." "They don't do that. I don't care. That is what it will come to. The bandage is the beginning. People must not get their living in that way anyhow. I've thought it out. Let them thought read their daughters and hypnotise their aunts and leave their typewriters alone." "But what am I to do?" "That's not it. There are things one must not suffer anyhow, whatever happens. Or else one might be made to do anything. Honour. Just because we're poor. Let him dismiss you. Let him dismiss you. You can get another place." "Not at a guinea a week." "Then take less." "But I have to pay 16 shillings every week." "That doesn't matter." She caught at a sob. "But to leave London. I can't do it. I can't." "But how? Leave London?" Lewisham's face changed. "Oh, life is hard," she said. "I can't. They wouldn't let me stop in London." "What do you mean?" She explained if Lagune dismissed her, she was to go into the country to an aunt, a sister of Chaffery's, who needed a companion. Chaffery insisted upon that. "Companion they call it. I shall be just a servant. She has no servant. My mother cries when I talk to her. She tells me she doesn't want me to go away from her, but she's afraid of him. 'Why don't you do what he wants?' she says." She sat staring in front of her at the gathering night. She spoke again in an even tone. "I hate telling you these things. It is you, if you didn't mind. But you make it all different. I could do it if it wasn't for you. I was helping. I'd gone meaning to help if anything went wrong at Mr. Lagune's. Yes, that night. No, don't. It was too hard before to tell you, but I really did not feel it until I saw you there. Then all at once I felt shabby and mean." "Well?" said Lewisham. "That's all. I may have done thought reading, but I have never really cheated since. Never. If you knew how hard it is." "I wish you had told me that before." "I couldn't. Before you came it was different. He used to make fun of the people, used to imitate Lagune and make me laugh. It seemed a sort of joke." She stopped abruptly. "Why did you ever come on with me? I told you not to. You know I did." She was near wailing. For a minute she was silent. "I can't go to his sister's," she cried. "I may be a coward, but I can't." Pause. And then Lewisham saw his solution straight and clear. Suddenly his secret desire had become his manifest duty. "Look here," he said, not looking at her and pulling his moustache. "I won't have you doing any more of that damned cheating. You shan't soil yourself any more. And I won't have you leaving London." "But what am I to do?" Her voice went up. "Well, there is one thing you can do, if you dare." "What is it?" He made no answer for some seconds. Then he turned round and sat looking at her. Their eyes met. The grey of his mind began to colour. Her face was white and she was looking at him in fear and perplexity. A new tenderness for her sprang up in him, a new feeling. Hitherto he had loved and desired her sweetness and animation, but now she was white and weary-eyed. He felt as though he had forgotten her and suddenly remembered. A great longing came into his mind. "But what is the other thing I can do?" It was strangely hard to say. There came a peculiar sensation in his throat and facial muscles, a nervous stress between laughing and crying. All the world vanished before that great desire, and he was afraid she would not dare, that she would not take him seriously. "What is it?" she said again. "Don't you see that we can marry?" he said, with the flood of his resolution, suddenly strong and steady. "Don't you see that is the only thing for us? The dead lane we are in? You must come out of your cheating, and I must come out of my cramming, and we must marry." He paused and then became eloquent. "The world is against us, against us. To you it offers money, to cheat, to be ignoble, for it is ignoble. It offers you no honest way, only a miserable drudgery, and it keeps you from me. And me too it bribes with the promise of success if I will desert you. You don't know all. We may have to wait for years. We may have to wait for ever, if we wait until life is safe. We may be separated. We may lose one another altogether. Let us fight against it. Why should we separate? Unless true love is like the other things, an empty cant. This is the only way. We two, who belong to one another." She looked at him, her face perplexed with this new idea, her heart beating very fast. "We are so young," she said, "and how are we to live? You get a guinea. I can get more. I can earn more. I've thought it out. I've been thinking of it these 2 days. I've been thinking what we could do. I have money." "You have money?" "Nearly £100. "But we are so young. And my mother?" "We won't ask her. We will ask no one. This is our affair. Ethel, this is our affair. It is not a question of ways and means. Even before this I have thought... Dear one, don't you love me?" She did not grasp his emotional quality. She looked at him with puzzled eyes, still practical, making the suggestion arithmetical. "I could typewrite if I had a machine. I have heard... It's not a question of ways and means. Now, Ethel, I have longed..." He stopped. She looked at his face, at his eyes now eager and eloquent with the things that never shaped themselves into words. "Dare you come with me?" he whispered. Suddenly the world opened out in reality to her, as sometimes it had opened out to her in wistful dreams, and she quailed before it. She dropped her eyes from his. She became a fellow conspirator. "But how?" "I will think how. Trust me. Surely we know each other now. Think we two..." "But I have never thought..." "I could get apartments for us both. It would be so easy. And think of it. Think of what life would be." "How can I?" "You will come?" She looked at him, startled. "You know," she said, "you must know I would love..." "You will come?" "But, dear, dear, if you make me..." "Yes," cried Lewisham triumphantly. "You will come." He glanced round and his voice dropped. "Oh, my dearest, my dearest!" His voice sank to an inaudible whisper, but his face was eloquent. 2 garrulous, home-going clerks passed opportunely to remind him that his emotions were in a public place. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The career is suspended. On the Wednesday afternoon following this, it was hard upon the botanical examination, Mr. Lewisham was observed by Smithers in the big education library reading in a volume of the British Encyclopaedia. Beside him were the current Whitaker's Almanac, an open notebook, a book from the Contemporary Science series, and the Science and Art Department's Directory. Smithers, who had a profound sense of Lewisham's superiority in the art of obtaining facts of value in examinations, wondered for some minutes what valuable tip for a student in botany might be hidden in Whitaker, and on reaching his lodgings spent some time over the landlady's copy. But really Lewisham was not studying botany, but the art of marriage, according to the best authorities. The book from the Contemporary Science series was Professor Letourneau's Evolution of Marriage. It was interesting certainly, but of little immediate use. From Whitaker Lewisham learnt that it would be possible at a cost of £2 6s and a penny, or £2 7s and a penny, one of the items was ambiguous, to get married within the week, that charge being exclusive of veils, at the district registry office. He did little addition sums in the notebook. The church fees, he found, were variable, but for more personal reasons he rejected a marriage at church. Marriage by certificate to the registrars involved an inconvenient delay. It would have to be £2 7s and a penny, veils 10s, say. Afterwards, without needless ostentation, he produced a cheque book and a deposit book, and proceeded to further arithmetic. He found that he was master of £61 4s and 7d. Not 100 as he had said, but a fine big sum. Men have started great businesses on less. It had been 100 originally. Allowing £5 for the marriage and moving, this would leave about £56. Plenty. No provision was made for flowers, carriages, or the honeymoon, but there would be a typewriter to buy. Ethel was to do her share. "It'd be a devilish close thing," said Lewisham with a quite unreasonable exultation. For strangely enough the affair was beginning to take on a flavour of adventure not at all unpleasant. He leant back in his chair with the notebook closed in his hand. But there was much to see to that afternoon. First of all he had to discover the district superintendent registrar, and then to find a lodging whither he should take Ethel, their lodging where they were to live together. At the thought of that new life together that was drawing so near, she came into his head, vivid and near and warm. He recovered himself from a daydream. He became aware of a library attendant down the room leaning forward over his desk, gnawing the tip of a paper knife after the fashion of South Kensington library attendants, and staring at him curiously. It occurred to Lewisham that thought reading was one of the most possible things in the world. He blushed, rose clumsily, and took the volume of the Encyclopaedia back to its shelf. He found the selection of lodgings a difficult business. After his first essay he began to fancy himself a suspicious-looking character, and that perhaps hampered him. He had chosen the district southward of the Brompton Road. It had one disadvantage: he might blunder into a house with a fellow student. Not that it mattered vitally, but the fact is, it is rather unusual for married couples to live permanently in furnished lodgings in London. People who are too poor to take a house or a flat commonly find it best to take part of a house or unfurnished apartments. There are 100 couples living in unfurnished rooms, with the use of the kitchen, to one in furnished in London. The absence of furniture predicates a dangerous want of capital to the discreet landlady. The first landlady Lewisham interviewed didn't like ladies, they required such a lot of attendance. The second was of the same mind. The third told Mr. Lewisham he was youngish to be married. The fourth said she only did for single gents. The fifth was a young person with an arch manner who liked to know all about people she took in, and subjected Lewisham to a searching cross-examination. When she had spitted him in a downright lie or so, she expressed an opinion that her rooms would scarcely do, and bowed him amiably out. He cooled his ears and cheeks by walking up and down the street for a space, and then tried again. This landlady was a terrible and pitiful person, so grey and dusty she was, and her face deep lined with dust and trouble and labour. She wore a dirty cap that was all askew. She took Lewisham up into a threadbare room on the first floor. "There's the use of a piano," she said, and indicated an instrument with a front of torn green silk. Lewisham opened the keyboard and evoked a vibration of broken strings. He took one further survey of the dismal place. 18 shillings, he said. "Thank you. I'll let you know." The woman smiled with the corners of her mouth down, and without a word moved wearily towards the door. Lewisham felt a transient wonder at her hopeless position, but he did not pursue the inquiry. The next landlady sufficed. She was a clean-looking German woman, rather smartly dressed. She had a fringe of flaxen curls and a voluble flow of words, for the most part recognisably English. With this she sketched out remarks. 15 shillings was her demand for a minute bedroom and a small sitting room, separated by folding doors, on the ground floor, and her personal services. Coals were to be 6pence a kettle, she said, a pretty substitute for scuttle. She had not understood Lewisham to say he was married, but she had no hesitation. 18 shilling, she said imperturbably. Paid first day ifik. Sie? Mr. Lewisham surveyed the rooms again. They looked clean, and the bonus tea vases, the rancid gilt-framed oleographs, 2 toilet tidies used as ornaments, and the fact that the chest of drawers had been crowded out of the bedroom into the sitting-room simply appealed to his sense of humour. "I'll take 'em from Saturday next," he said. She was sure he would like them, and proposed to give him his book forthwith. She mentioned casually that the previous lodger had been a captain and had stayed 3 years. One never hears by any chance of lodgers stopping for a shorter period. Something happened, German, and now he kept his carriage, apparently an outcome of his stay. She returned with a small penny account book, a bottle of ink and an execrable pen, wrote Lewisham's name on the cover of this, and a receipt for 18 shillings on the first page. She was evidently a person of considerable business aptitude. Lewisham paid, and the transaction terminated. "Sure to be comfortable," followed him comfortingly to the street. Then he went on to Chelsea and interviewed a fatherly gentleman at the vestry offices. The fatherly gentleman was chubby-faced and spectacled, and his manner was sympathetic but businesslike. He called back each item of the interview. "And what can I do for you? You wish to be married? By licence?" "By licence." "By licence." And so forth. He opened a book and made neat entries of the particulars. "The lady's age?" 21. "A very suitable age for a lady." He advised Lewisham to get a ring, and said he would need 2 witnesses. "Well," hesitated Lewisham. "There is always someone about," said the superintendent registrar, "and they are quite used to it." Thursday and Friday Lewisham passed in exceedingly high spirits. No consciousness of the practical destruction of the career seems to have troubled him at this time. Doubt had vanished from his universe for a space. He wanted to dance along the corridors. He felt curiously irresponsible and threw up an unpleasant sort of humour that pleased nobody. He wished Miss Heydinger many happy returns of the day, apropos of nothing, and he threw a bun across the refreshment room at Smithers and hit one of the art school officials. Both were extremely silly things to do. In the first instance he was penitent immediately after the outrage, but in the second he added insult to injury by going across the room and asking in an offensively suspicious manner if any one had seen his bun. He crawled under a table and found it at last, rather dusty but quite eatable, under the chair of a lady art student. He sat down by Smithers to eat it while he argued with the art official. The art official said the manners of the science students were getting unbearable, and threatened to bring the matter before the refreshment room committee. Lewisham said it was a pity to make such a fuss about a trivial thing, and proposed that the art official should throw his lunch, steak and kidney pudding, across the room at him, Lewisham, and so get immediate satisfaction. He then apologised to the official and pointed out in extenuation that it was a very long and difficult shot he had attempted. The official then drank a crumb, or breathed some beer, or something of that sort, and the discussion terminated. In the afternoon, however, Lewisham, to his undying honour, felt acutely ashamed of himself. Miss Heydinger would not speak to him. On Saturday morning he absented himself from the schools, pleading by post a slight indisposition, and took all his earthly goods to the booking office at Vauxhall Station. Chaffery's sister lived at Tongham, near Farnham, and Ethel, dismissed a week since by Lagoon, had started that morning, under her mother's maudlin supervision, to begin her new slavery. She was to alight either at Farnham or Woking, as opportunity arose, and to return to Vauxhall to meet him, so that Lewisham's vigil on the main platform was of indefinite duration. At first he felt the exhilaration of a great adventure. Then, as he paced the long platform, came a philosophical mood, a sense of entire detachment from the world. He saw a bundle of uprooted plants beside the portmanteau of a fellow passenger, and it suggested a grotesque simile. His roots, his earthly possessions, were all downstairs in the booking office. What a flimsy thing he was! A box of books and a trunk of clothes, some certificates and scraps of paper, an entry here and an entry there, a body not over strong, and the vast multitude of people about him against him, the huge world in which he found himself. Did it matter anything to one human soul save her, if he ceased to exist forthwith? And miles away perhaps she also was feeling little and lonely. Would she have trouble with her luggage? Suppose her aunt were to come to Farnham Junction to meet her? Suppose someone stole her purse? Suppose she came too late? The marriage was to take place at 2. Suppose she never came at all? After 3 trains in succession had disappointed him, his vague feelings of dread gave place to a profound depression. But she came at last, and it was 23 minutes to 2. He hurried her luggage downstairs, booked it with his own, and in another minute they were in a hansom, their first experience of that species of conveyance, on the way to the vestry office. They had said scarcely anything to one another save hasty directions from Lewisham, but their eyes were full of excitement, and under the apron of the cab their hands were gripped together. The little old gentleman was businesslike but kindly. They made their vows to him, to a little black-bearded clerk and a lady who took off an apron in the nether part of the building to attend. The little old gentleman made no long speeches. "You are young people," he said slowly, "and life together is a difficult thing. Be kind to each other." He smiled a little sadly and held out a friendly hand. Ethel's eyes glistened, and she found she could not speak. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. Home. Then a furtive payment of witnesses, and Lewisham was beside her. His face was radiant. A steady current of workers going home to their half-holiday rest poured along the street. On the steps before them lay a few grains of rice from some more public nuptials. A critical little girl eyed our couple curiously and made some remark to her ragamuffin friend. "Not them," said the ragamuffin friend. "They've only been asking questions." The ragamuffin friend was no judge of faces. They walked back through the thronged streets to Vauxhall Station, saying little to one another. And there Lewisham, assuming as indifferent a manner as he could command, recovered their possessions from the booking office by means of 2 separate tickets, and put them aboard a 4-wheeler. His luggage went outside, but the little brown portmanteau containing Ethel's trousseau was small enough to go on the seat in front of them. You must figure a rather broken down four-wheeler, bearing the yellow-painted box and the experienced trunk and Mr. Lewisham and all his fortunes, a despondent, fitful horse, and a threadbare venerable driver, blasphemous sotto voce and flagellant in an ancient coat with capes. When our two young people found themselves in the cab again, a certain stiffness of manner between them vanished, and there was more squeezing of hands. "Ethel Lewisham," said Lewisham several times, and Ethel reciprocated with "husbander" and "hubby dear," and took off her glove to look again in an ostentatious manner at a ring, and she kissed the ring. They were resolved that their newly married state should not appear, and with considerable ceremony it was arranged that he should treat her with off-hand brusqueness when they arrived at their lodging. The Teutonic landlady appeared in the passage with an amiable smile and the hope that they had had a pleasant journey, and became voluble with promises of comfort. Lewisham, having assisted the slatternly general servant to carry in his boxes, paid the cabman a florin in a resolute manner and followed the ladies into the sitting-room. Ethel answered Madam Gadow's inquiries with admirable self-possession, followed her through the folding doors, and displayed an intelligent interest in a new spring mattress. Presently the folding doors were closed again. Lewisham hovered about the front room, pulling his moustache and pretending to admire the oleographs, surprised to find himself trembling. The slatternly general servant reappeared with the chops and tinned salmon he had asked Madam Gadow to prepare for them. He went and stared out of the window, heard the door close behind the girl, and turned at a sound as Ethel appeared shyly through the folding doors. She was suddenly domestic. Hitherto he had seen her without a hat and jacket only on one indistinct dramatic occasion. Now she wore a little blouse of soft dark red material with a white froth about the wrists and that pretty neck of hers, and her hair was a new wonderland of curls and soft strands. How delicate she looked and sweet as she stood hesitating there. These gracious moments in life. He took 2 steps and held out his arms. She glanced at the closed door of the room and came flitting towards him. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. Epithalamy. For 3 indelible days Lewisham's existence was a fabric of fine emotions. Life was too wonderful and beautiful for any doubts or forethought. To be with Ethel was perpetual delight. She astonished this sisterless youngster with 1,000 feminine niceties and refinements. She shamed him for his strength and clumsiness, and the light in her eyes and the warmth in her heart that lit them. Even to be away from her was a wonder, and in its way delightful. He was no common student, he was a man with a secret life. To part from her on Monday near South Kensington Station, and go up Exhibition Road among all the fellows who lived in sordid lonely lodgings and were boys to his day-old experience. To neglect one's work and sit back and dream of meeting again. To slip off to the shady churchyard behind the oratory when, or even a little before, the midday bell woke the great staircase to activity, and to meet a smiling face and hear a soft voice saying sweet foolish things. And after 4 another meeting, and the walk home, their own home. No little form now went from him and flitted past a gas lamp down a foggy vista, taking his desire with her. Never more was that to be. Lewisham's long hours in the laboratory were spent largely in a dreamy meditation, in, to tell the truth, the invention of foolish terms of endearment. Dear wife, dear little wife thing, sweetest, dearest little wife, Dillywings. A pretty employment. And these are quite a fair specimen of his originality during those wonderful days. A moment of heart-searching in that particular matter led to the discovery of hitherto undreamt of kindred with Swift. for Lewisham, like Swift and most other people, had hit upon the little language. Indeed, it was a very foolish time. Such section cutting as he did that third day of his married life, and he did very little, was a thing to marvel at. Bindon, the botany professor, under the fresh shock of his performance, protested to a colleague in the grill room that never had a student been so foolishly overrated. And Ethel too had a fine emotional time. She was mistress of a home, their home together. She shopped and was called "ma'am" by respectful, good-looking shopmen. She designed meals and copied out papers of notes with a rich sense of helpfulness. And ever and again she would stop writing and sit dreaming. And for 4 bright weekdays she went to and fro to accompany and meet Lewisham and listen greedily to the latest fruits of his imagination. The landlady was very polite and conversed entertainingly about the very extraordinary and dissolute servants that had fallen to her lot, and Ethel disguised her newly wedded state by a series of ingenious prevarications. She wrote a letter that Saturday evening to her mother. Lewisham had helped her to write it, making a sort of proclamation of her heroic departure and promising a speedy visit. They posted the letter so that it might not be delivered until Monday. She was quite sure with Lewisham that only the possible dishonour of mediumship could have brought their marriage about. She sank the mutual attraction beyond even her own vision. There was more than a touch of magnificence, you perceive, about this affair. It was Lewisham who had persuaded her to delay that reassuring visit until Monday night. 1 whole day of honeymoon, he insisted, was to be theirs. In his prenuptial meditations he had not clearly focussed the fact that even after marriage some sort of relations with Mr. and Mrs. Chaffery would still go on. Even now he was exceedingly disinclined to face that obvious necessity. He foresaw, in spite of a resolute attempt to ignore it, that there would be explanatory scenes of some little difficulty. But the prevailing magnificence carried him over this trouble. "Let us at least have this little time for ourselves," he said, and that seemed to settle their position. Save for its brevity and these intimations of future trouble, it was a very fine time indeed. Their midday dinner together, for example, it was a little cold when at last they came to it on Saturday, was immense fun. There was no marked subsidence of appetite. They ate extremely well in spite of the meeting of their souls, and in spite of certain shiftings of chairs and hand claspings and similar delays. He really made the acquaintance of her hands then for the first time, plump white hands with short white fingers, and the engagement ring had come out of its tender hiding place and acted as keeper to the wedding ring. Their eyes were perpetually flitting about the room and coming back to mutual smiles. All their movements were faintly tremulous. She professed to be vastly interested and amused by the room and its furniture and her position, and he was delighted by her delight. She was particularly entertained by the chest of drawers in the living room and by Lewisham's witticisms at the toilet tidies and the oleographs. And after the chops and the most of the tinned salmon and the very new loaf were gone, they fell to with fine effect upon a tapioca pudding. Their talk was fragmentary. "Did you hear her call me Madame? Madame? So? And presently I must go out and do some shopping. There are all the things for Sunday and Monday morning to get. I must make a list. It will never do to let her know how little I know about things. I wish I knew more." At the time Lewisham regarded her confession of domestic ignorance as a fine basis for facetiousness. He developed a fresh line of thought, and condoled with her on the inglorious circumstances of their wedding. "No bridesmaids," he said, "no little children scattering flowers, no carriages, no policemen to guard the wedding presents, nothing proper, nothing right, not even a white favour, only you and I." "Only you and I. Oh!" "This is nonsense," said Lewisham after an interval. "And think what we lose in the way of speeches," he resumed. "Cannot you imagine the best man rising, 'Ladies and gentlemen, the health of the bride'? That is what the best man has to do, isn't it?" By way of answer she extended her hand. "And you know," he said, after that had received due recognition, "we have never been introduced." "Neither have we," said Ethel. "Neither have we. We have never been introduced." For some inscrutable reason it delighted them both enormously to think that they had never been introduced. In the later afternoon, Lewisham, having unpacked his books to a certain extent and so forth, was visible to all men, visibly in the highest spirits, carrying home Ethel's shopping. There were parcels and cones in blue, and parcels in rough grey paper, and a bag of confectionery, and out of one of the side pockets of that East End overcoat the tail of a haddock protruded from its paper. Under such magnificent sanctions and amid such ignoble circumstances did this honeymoon begin. On Sunday evening they went for a long rambling walk through the quiet streets, coming out at last into Hyde Park. The early spring night was mild and clear, and the kindly moonlight was about them. They went to the bridge and looked down the Serpentine, with the little lights of Paddington, yellow and remote. They stood there, dim little figures and very close together. They whispered and became silent. Presently it seemed that something passed, and Lewisham began talking in his magnificent vein. He likened the Serpentine to life, and found meaning in the dark banks of Kensington Gardens and the remote bright lights. "The long struggle," he said, "and the lights at the end," though he really did not know what he meant by the lights at the end. Neither did Ethel, though the emotion was indisputable. "We are fighting the world," he said, finding great satisfaction in the thought. "All the world is against us, and we are fighting it all." "We will not be beaten," said Ethel. "How could we be beaten together?" said Lewisham. "For you I would fight a dozen worlds." It seemed a very sweet and noble thing to them, under the sympathetic moonlight, almost indeed too easy for their courage, to be merely fighting the world. "You haven't been married very long," said Madam Gadow with an insinuating smile when she readmitted Ethel on Monday morning after Lewisham had been swallowed up by the schools. "No, I haven't very long," admitted Ethel. "You are very happy," said Madam Gadow, and sighed. "I was very happy," said Madam Gadow. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. Mr. Chaffery at home. The golden mists of delight lifted a little on Monday when Mr. and Mrs. G.E. Lewisham went to call on his mother-in-law and Mr. Chaffery. Mrs. Lewisham went in evident apprehension, but clouds of glory still hung about Lewisham's head, and his manner was heroic. He wore a cotton shirt and linen collar, and a very nice black satin tie that Mrs. Lewisham had bought on her own responsibility during the day. She naturally wanted him to look all right. Mrs. Chaffery appeared in the half light of the passage as the top of a grimy cap over Ethel's shoulder and two black sleeves about her neck. She emerged as a small, middle-aged woman with a thin little nose between silver-rimmed spectacles, a weak mouth and perplexed eyes, a queer little dust-lined woman with the oddest resemblance to Ethel in her face. She was trembling visibly with nervous agitation. She hesitated, peering, and then kissed Mr. Lewisham effusively. "And this is Mr. Lewisham," she said as she did so. She was the third thing feminine to kiss Lewisham since the promiscuous days of his babyhood. "I was so afraid. There!" she laughed hysterically. "You'll excuse my saying that it's comforting to see you, honest like and young, not but what Ethel—" "He has been something dreadful," said Mrs. Chaffery. "You didn't ought to have written about that, mesmerising, and of all the letters that which Jane wrote. There! But he's waiting and listening." "Are we to go downstairs, Mums?" asked Ethel. "He's waiting for you there," said Mrs. Chaffery. She held a dismal little oil lamp, and they descended a tenebrous spiral structure into an underground breakfast room, lit by gas that shone through a partially frosted globe with cut glass stars. That descent had a distinctly depressing effect upon Lewisham. He went first. He took a deep breath at the door. What on earth was Chaffery going to say? Not that he cared, of course. Chaffery was standing with his back to the fire, trimming his finger nails with a pocket knife. His gilt glasses were tilted forward so as to make an inflamed knob at the top of his long nose, and he regarded Mr. and Mrs. Lewisham over them with, Lewisham doubted his eyes for a moment, but it was positively a smile, an essentially waggish smile. "You've come back," he said quite cheerfully over Lewisham to Ethel. There was a hint of falsetto in his voice. "She has called to see her mother," said Lewisham. "You, I believe, are Mr. Chaffery." "I would like to know who the deuce you are," said Chaffery, suddenly tilting his head back so as to look through his glasses instead of over them, and laughing genially. "For thorough-going cheek, I'm inclined to think you take the cake. Are you the Mr. Lewisham to whom this misguided girl refers in her letter?" "I am." "Maggie," said Mr. Chaffery to Mrs. Chaffery, "there is a class of being upon whom delicacy is lost, to whom delicacy is practically unknown. Has your daughter got her marriage lines?" "Mr. Chaffery," said Lewisham, and Mrs. Chaffery exclaimed, "James, how can you?" Chaffery shut his penknife with a click and slipped it into his vest pocket. Then he looked up again, speaking in the same equal voice. "I presume we are civilised persons, prepared to manage our affairs in a civilised way. My stepdaughter vanishes for 2 nights and returns with an alleged husband. I at least am not disposed to be careless about her legal position." "You ought to know her better," began Lewisham. "Why argue about it?" said Chaffery gaily, pointing a lean finger at Ethel's gesture, "when she has 'em in her pocket? She may just as well show me now. I thought so. Don't be alarmed at my handling them. Fresh copies can always be got at the nominal price of 2 7. Thank you. Lewisham George Edgar. 1 20, and you 1 20? I never did know your age, my dear, exactly, and now your mother won't say. Student. Thank you. I am greatly obliged. Indeed, I am greatly relieved. And now what have you got to say for yourselves in this remarkable affair?" "You had a letter," said Lewisham. "I had a letter of excuses. The personalities I overlook. Yes, sir, they were excuses. You young people wanted to marry, and you seized an occasion. You did not even refer to the fact that you wanted to marry in your letter. Pure modesty. But now you have come here married. It disorganises this household. It inflicts endless bother on people, but never you mind that. I'm not blaming you. Nature's to blame. Neither of you know what you're in for yet. You will. You're married, and that is the great essential thing. Ethel, my dear, just put your husband's hat and stick behind the door. And you, sir, are so good as to disapprove of the way in which I earn my living." "Well," said Lewisham, "yes, I'm bound to say I do." "You are really not bound to say it. The modesty of inexperience would excuse you." "Yes, but it isn't right. It isn't straight." "Dogma," said Chaffery. "Dogma." "What do you mean by dogma?" asked Lewisham. "I mean dogma. But we must argue this out in comfort. It is our supper hour, and I'm not the man to fight against accomplished facts. We have intermarried. There it is. You must stop to supper, and you and I must thresh these things out. We've involved ourselves with each other.
and we've got to make the best of it. Your wife and mine will spread the board, and we will go on talking. Why not sit in that chair instead of leaning on the back? This is a home, domus, not a debating society, humble in spite of my manifest frauds. That's better. And in the first place I do so hope," Chaffery was suddenly very impressive, "that you're not a dissenter." "Eh?" said Lewisham, and then, "No, I am not a dissenter." "That's better," said Mr. Chaffery. "I'm glad of that. I was just a little afraid. Something in your manner. I can't stand dissenters. I've a particular dislike to dissenters. To my mind it's the great drawback of this Clapham. You see, I have invariably found them deceitful, invariably." He grimaced and dropped his glasses with a click against his waistcoat buttons. "I'm very glad of that," he said, replacing them. "The dissenter, the nonconformist conscience, the Puritan, you know, the vegetarian and total abstainer, and all that sort of thing, I cannot away with them. I've cleared my mind of cant and formulae. I've a nature essentially Hellenic. Have you ever read Matthew Arnold?" "Beyond my scientific reading." "Ah, you should read Matthew Arnold. A mind of singular clarity. In him you would find a certain quality that is sometimes a little wanting in your scientific men. They are apt to be a little too phenomenal, you know, a little too objective. Now I seek after noumena. Noumena, Mr. Lewisham, if you follow me." He paused, and his eyes behind the glasses were mildly interrogative. Ethel re-entered without her hat and jacket, and with a noisy square black tray, a white cloth, some plates and knives and glasses, and began to lay the table. "I follow you," said Lewisham, reddening. He had not the courage to admit ignorance of this remarkable word. "You state your case." "I seek after noumena," repeated Chaffery with great satisfaction, and gesticulated with his hand, waving away everything but that. "I cannot do with surfaces and appearances. I am one of those nympholepts, you know, nympholepts. Must pursue the truth of things, the elusive fundamental. I make a rule, I never tell myself lies, never. There are few who can say that. To my mind, truth begins at home, and for the most part stops there. Safest and seemliest, you know. With most men, with your typical dissenter par excellence, it's always gadding abroad, calling on the neighbours. You see my point of view?" He glanced at Lewisham, who was conscious of an unwonted opacity of mind. He became wary as he could manage to be on the spur of the moment. "It's a little surprising, you know," he said very carefully, "if I may say so, and considering what happened, to hear you speaking of truth. Not when you understand my position, not when you see where I stand. That is what I am getting at. That is what I am naturally anxious to make clear to you now that we have intermarried, now that you are my stepson-in-law. You're young, you know. You're young and you're hard and fast. Only years can give a mind tone, mitigate the varnish of education. I gather from this letter, and your face, that you're one of the party that participated in that little affair at Lagoons." He stuck out a finger at a point he had just seen. "By the by, that accounts for Ethel," he said. Ethel rapped down the mustard on the table. "It does," she said, but not very loudly. "But you had met before?" said Chaffery. "At Whortley," said Lewisham. "I see," said Chaffery. I was one of those who arranged the exposure," said Lewisham. "And now you have raised the matter, I'm bound to say—" "I knew," interrupted Chaffery. "But what a shock that was for Lagoon!" He looked down at his toes for a moment, with the corners of his mouth tucked in. "The hand dodge wasn't bad, you know," he said with a queer sidelong smile. Lewisham was very busy for a moment trying to get this remark in focus. "I don't see it in the same light as you do," he explained at last. "Can't get away from your moral bias, eh? Well, well, we'll go into all that. But apart from its moral merits, simply as an artistic trick, it was not bad." "I don't know much about tricks." "So few who undertake exposures do. You admit you never heard or thought of that before. The bladder, I mean. Yes, it's as obvious as tin tacks that a medium who's hampered at his hands will do all he can with his teeth. And what could be so self-evident as a bladder under one's lapel? What could be? Yet I know psychic literature pretty well, and it's never been suggested even. Never. It's a perpetual surprise to me how many things are not thought of by investigators. For one thing, they never count the odds against them, and that puts them wrong at the start. Look at it. I am by nature tricky. I spend all my leisure standing or sitting about and thinking up or practising new little tricks because it amuses me immensely to do so. The whole thing amuses me. Well, what is the result of these meditations? Take one thing. I know 48 ways of making raps, of which at least 10 are original. 10 original ways of making raps." His manner was very impressive. "And some of them simply tremendous raps. There!" A confirmatory rap exploded, as it seemed, between Lewisham and Chaffery. "Eh?" said Chaffery. The mantelpiece opened a dropping fire, and the table went off under Lewisham's nose like a cracker. "You see?" said Chaffery, putting his hands under the tail of his coat. The whole room seemed snapping its fingers at Lewisham for a space. "Very well. And now take the other side. Take the severest test I ever tried. 2 respectable professors of physics, not Newtons, you understand, but good, worthy, self-important professors of physics, a lady anxious to prove there's a life beyond the grave, a journalist who wants stuff to write, a person, that is, who gets his living by these researches just as I do, undertook to test me. Test me! Of course they had their other work to do, professing physics, professing religion, organising research and so forth. At the outside they don't think an hour a day about it, and most of them had never cheated anybody in their existence, and couldn't, for example, travel without a ticket for a 3-mile journey and not get caught, to save their lives. Well, you see the odds?" He paused. Lewisham appeared involved in some interior struggle. "You know," explained Chaffery, "it was quite an accident you got me, quite. The thing slipped out of my mouth, or your friend with the flat voice wouldn't have had a chance. Not a chance." Lewisham spoke like a man who is lifting a weight. "All this, you know, is off the question. I'm not disputing your ability. But the thing is, it isn't right." "We're coming to that," said Chaffery. "It's evident we look at things in a different light." "That's it. That's just what we've got to discuss. Exactly." "Cheating is cheating. You can't get away from that. That's simple enough." "Wait till I've done with it," said Chaffery with a certain zest. "Of course it's imperative you should understand my position. It isn't as though I hadn't one. Ever since I read your letter I've been thinking over that. Really, a justification. In a way you might almost say I had a mission, a sort of prophet. You really don't see the beginning of it yet." "Oh, but hang it," protested Lewisham. "Ah, you're young, you're crude. My dear young man, you're only at the beginning of things. You really must concede a certain possibility of wider views to a man more than twice your age. But here's supper. For a little while, at any rate, we'll call a truce."
Ethel had come in again bearing an additional chair, and Mrs. Chaffery appeared behind her, crowning the preparations with a jug of small beer. The cloth, Lewisham observed, as he turned towards it, had several undarned holes and discoloured places, and in the centre stood a tarnished cruet which contained mustard, pepper, vinegar, and 3 ambiguous dried up bottles. The bread was on an ample board with a pious rim, and an honest wedge of cheese loomed disproportionate on a little plate. Mr. and Mrs. Lewisham were seated facing one another, and Mrs. Chaffery sat in the broken chair because she understood its ways.
"This cheese is as nutritious and unattractive and indigestible as science," remarked Chaffery, cutting and passing wedges. "But crush it so under your fork. Add a little of this good Dorset butter, a dab of mustard, pepper the pepper is very necessary and some malt vinegar, and crush together. You get a compound called crab, and by no means disagreeable. So the wise deal with the facts of life, neither bolting nor rejecting, but adapting."
"As though pepper and mustard were not facts," said Lewisham, scoring his solitary point that evening. Chaffery admitted the collapse of his image in very complimentary terms, and Lewisham could not avoid a glance across the table at Ethel. He remembered that Chaffery was a slippery scoundrel whose blame was better than his praise immediately afterwards. For a time the crab engaged Chaffery, and the conversation languished. Mrs. Chaffery asked Ethel formal questions about their lodgings, and Ethel's answers were buoyant. "You must come and have tea one day," said Ethel, not waiting for Lewisham's endorsement, "and see it all." Chaffery astonished Lewisham by suddenly displaying a complete acquaintance with his status as a South Kensington teacher in training.
"I suppose you have some money beyond that guinea," said Chaffery off-handedly.
"Enough to go on with," said Lewisham, reddening.
"And you look to them at South Kensington to do something for you, 100 a year or so, when your scholarship is up?"
"Yes," said Lewisham a little reluctantly. "Yes, 100 a year or so. That's the sort of idea. And there's a lot of places beyond South Kensington, of course, even if they don't put me up there."
"I see," said Chaffery. "But it will be a pretty close shave for all that. 100 a year. Well, well, there's many a deserving man has to do with less."
And after a meditative pause he asked Lewisham to pass the beer. "Have you a mother living, Mr. Lewisham?" said Mrs. Chaffery suddenly, and pursued him through the tale of his connections. When he came to the plumber, Mrs. Chaffery remarked with an unexpected air of consequence that most families have their poor relations. Then the air of consequence vanished again into the past from which it had arisen. Supper finished, Chaffery poured the residuum of the beer into his glass, produced a Broseley clay of the longest sort, and invited Lewisham to smoke.
"Honest smoking,"
said Chaffery, tapping the bowl of his clay, and added,
"in this country cigars, sound cigars, and honesty rarely meet."
Lewisham fumbled in his pocket for his Algerian cigarettes, and Chaffery, having regarded them unfavourably through his glasses, took up the thread of his promised apologia. The ladies retired to wash up the supper things.
"You see,"
said Chaffery, opening abruptly so soon as the clay was drawing,
"about this cheating, I do not find life such a simple matter as you do."
"I don't find life simple," said Lewisham, "but I do think there's a right and wrong in things, and I don't think you've said anything so far to show that spiritualistic cheating is right."
"Let us thresh the matter out," said Chaffery, crossing his legs. "Let us thresh the matter out. Now," he drew at his pipe, "I don't think you fully appreciate the importance of illusion in life, the essential nature of lies and deception of the body politic. You are inclined to discredit one particular form of imposture because it is not generally admitted, carries a certain discredit, and, witness the heel edges of my trouser legs, witness yonder viands, small rewards."
"It's not that," said Lewisham.
Now I am prepared to maintain, said Chaffery, proceeding with his proposition, that honesty is essentially an anarchistic and disintegrating force in society, that communities are held together and the progress of civilization made possible only by vigorous and sometimes even violent lying, that the social contract is nothing more or less than a vast conspiracy of human beings to lie to and humbug themselves and one another for the general good. Lies are the mortar that bind the savage individual man into the social masonry. There is the general thesis upon which I base my justification. My mediumship, I can assure you, is a particular instance of the general assertion. Were I not of a profoundly indolent, restless, adventurous nature, and horribly averse to writing, I would make a great book of this, and live honoured by every profound duffer in the world.
But how are you going to prove it?
Prove it? It simply needs pointing out. Even now there are men, Bernard Shaw, Ibsen, and such like, who have seen bits of it in a new gospel grubbing sort of fashion. What is man? Lust and greed, tempered by fear and an irrational vanity.
I don't agree with that, said Mr. Lewisham.
You will as you grow older, said Chaffery. There's truths you have to grow into. But about this matter of lies, let us look at the fabric of society. Let us compare the savage. You will discover the only essential difference between savage and civilised is this. The former hasn't learnt to shirk the truth of things, and the latter has. Take the most obvious difference, the clothing of the civilised man, his invention of decency. What is clothing? The concealment of essential facts. What is decorum? Suppression. I don't argue against decency and decorum, mind you, but there they are, essentials to civilisation and essentially suppressio veri. And in the pockets of his clothes our citizen carries money. The pure savage has no money. To him a lump of metal is a lump of metal, possibly ornamental, no more. That's right. To any lucid-minded man it's the same or different only through the gross folly of his fellows. But to the common civilised man the universal exchangeability of this gold is a sacred and fundamental fact. Think of it. Why should it be? There isn't a why. I live in perpetual amazement at the gullibility of my fellow creatures. Of a morning sometimes, I can assure you, I lie in bed fancying that people may have found out this swindle in the night, expect to hear a tumult downstairs, and see your mother-in-law come rushing into the room with a rejected shilling from the milkman. "What's this?" says he. "This muck for milk?" But it never happens. Never. If it did, if people suddenly cleared their minds of this cant of money, what would happen? The true nature of man would appear. I should whip out of bed, seize some weapon, and after the milkman forthwith. It's becoming to keep the peace, but it's necessary to have milk. The neighbours would come pouring out, also after milk. Milkman, suddenly enlightened, would start clattering up the street. After him, clutch, tear, got him, over goes the cart. Fight if you like, but don't upset the can. Don't you see it all? Perfectly reasonable, every bit of it. I should return bruised and bloody with the milk can under my arm. Yes, I should have the milk can. I should keep my eye on that. But why go on? You of all men should know that life is a struggle for existence, a fight for food. Money is just the lie that mitigates our fury.
No, said Lewisham. No, I'm not prepared to admit that.
What is money?
Mr. Lewisham dodged. You state your case first, he said. I really don't see what all this has to do with cheating at a séance.
I weave my defence from this loom, though. Take some aggressively respectable sort of man, a bishop, for example.
Well, said Lewisham, I don't much hold with bishops.
It doesn't matter. Take a professor of science walking the earth. Remark his clothing, making a decent citizen out of him, concealing the fact that physically he is a flabby, pot-bellied degenerate. That is the first lie of his being. No fringes round his trousers, my boy. Notice his hair, groomed and clipped, the tacit lie that its average length is half an inch, whereas in nature he would wave a few score yard-long hairs of ginger grey to the winds of heaven. Notice the smug suppressions of his face. In his mouth are lies in the shape of false teeth. Then on the earth somewhere poor devils are toiling to get him meat and corn and wine. He is clothed in the lives of bent and thwarted weavers. His way is lit by phossy jaw. He eats from lead-glazed crockery. All his ways are paved with the lives of men. Think of the chubby, comfortable creature. And as Swift has it, to think that such a thing should deal in pride. He pretends that his blessed little researches are in some way a fair return to these remote beings for their toil, their suffering. Pretends that he and his parasitic career are payment for their thwarted desires. Imagine him bullying his gardener over some transplanted geraniums, the thick mist of lies they stand in, so that the man does not immediately with the edge of a spade smite down his impertinence to the dust from which it rose. And his case is the case of all comfortable lives. What a lie and sham all civility is, all good breeding, all culture and refinement, while one poor ragged wretch drags hungry on the earth.
"But this is socialism," said Lewisham.
No-ism, said Chaffery, raising his rich voice. Only the ghastly truth of things, the truth that the warp and the woof of the world of men is lying. Socialism is no remedy. No-ism is a remedy. Things are so.
"I don't agree," began Lewisham.
Not with the hopelessness, because you are young, but with the description you do.
"Well, within limits."
You agree that most respectable positions in the world are tainted with the fraud of our social conditions. If they were not tainted with fraud, they would not be respectable. Even your own position. Who gave you the right to marry and prosecute interesting scientific studies while other young men rot in mines? I admit you can't help admitting. And here is my position. Since all ways of life are tainted with fraud, since to live and speak the truth is beyond human strength and courage, as one finds it, is it not better for a man that he engage in some straightforward, comparatively harmless cheating, than if he risk his mental integrity in some ambiguous position, and fall at last into self-deception and self-righteousness? That is the essential danger. That is the thing I always guard against. Heed that. It is the master sin, self-righteousness."
Mr. Lewisham pulled at his moustache.
"You begin to take me. And after all, these worthy people do not suffer so greatly. If I did not take their money, some other impostor would. Their huge conceit of intelligence would breed perhaps some viler swindle than my facetious wrappings. That's the line our doubting bishops take, and why shouldn't I? For example, these people might give it to public charities, minister to the fattened secretary, the prodigal younger son. After all, at worst I'm a sort of latter-day Robin Hood. I take from the rich according to their incomes. I don't give to the poor, certainly. I don't get enough. But there are other good works. Many a poor weakling have I comforted with lies, great thumping silly lies about the grave. Compare me with one of those rascals who disseminate phossy jaw and lead poisons. Compare me with a millionaire who runs a music hall with an eye to feminine talent, or an underwriter, or the common stockbroker, or any sort of lawyer. There are bishops, said Chaffery, who believe in Darwin and doubt Moses. Now, I hold myself better than they, analogous perhaps, but better, for I do at least invent something of the tricks I play. I do that. "That's all very well," began Lewisham. "I might forgive them their dishonesty," said Chaffery. "But the stupidity of it, the mental self-abnegation, Lord! If a solicitor doesn't swindle in the proper shabby magnificent way, they chuck him for unprofessional conduct." He paused. He became meditative and smiled faintly. "Now some of my dodges," he said with a sudden change of voice, turning towards Lewisham, his eyes smiling over his glasses and an emphatic hand patting the tablecloth, "some of my dodges are damned ingenious, you know. Damned ingenious. And well worth double the money they bring me. Double." He turned towards the fire again, pulling at his smouldering pipe and eyeing Lewisham over the corner of his glasses. "One or two of my little things would make Michaelides sit up," he said presently. "They would set that mechanical orchestra playing out of pure astonishment. I really must explain some of them to you, now we have intermarried." It took Mr. Lewisham a minute or so to reform the regiment of his mind, disordered by its headlong pursuit of Chaffery's flying arguments. "But on your principles you might do almost anything," he said. "Precisely," said Chaffery. "But it is rather a curious method," protested Chaffery, "to test one's principles of action by judging the resultant actions on some other principle, isn't it?" Lewisham took a moment to think. "I suppose that it is so," he said in the manner of a man convinced against his will. He perceived his logic insufficient. He suddenly thrust the delicacies of argument aside. Certain sentences he had brought ready for use in his mind came up, and he delivered them abruptly. "Anyhow," he said, "I don't agree with this cheating. In spite of what you say, I hold to what I said in my letter. Ethel's connection with all these things is at an end. I shan't go out of my way to expose you, of course, but if it comes in my way I shall speak my mind of all these spiritualistic phenomena. It's just as well that we should know clearly where we are." "That is clearly understood, my dear stepson-in-law," said Chaffery. "Our present object is discussion." "But Ethel..." "Ethel is yours," said Chaffery. "Ethel is yours," he repeated after an interval, and added pensively, "to keep." "But talking of illusion," he resumed, dismissing the sordid with a sign of relief, "I sometimes think with Bishop Berkeley that all experience is probably something quite different from reality, that consciousness is essentially hallucination. I, here, and you, and our talk, it is all illusion. Bring your science to bear, what am I? A cloudy multitude of atoms, an infinite interplay of little cells. Is this hand that I hold out me? This head? Is the surface of my skin any more than a rude average boundary? You say it is my mind that is me. But consider the war of motives. Suppose I have an impulse that I resist. It is I resist it. The impulse is outside me, eh? But suppose that impulse carries me and I do the thing. That impulse is part of me, is it not? Ah, my brain reels at these mysteries. Lord, what flimsy, fluctuating things we are! First this, then that. A thought, an impulse, a deed and a forgetting, and all the time madly cocksure we are ourselves. And as for you, you have hardly learned to think for more than 5 or 6 short years. There you sit, assured, coherent. There you sit in all your inherited, original sin. Hallucinatory windlestraw, judging and condemning. You know right from wrong. My boy, so did Adam and Eve. So soon as they'd had dealings with the father of lies. At the end of the evening whisky and hot water were produced, and Chaffery, now in a mood of great urbanity, said he had rarely enjoyed any one's conversation so much as Lewisham's, and insisted upon every one having whisky. Mrs. Chaffery and Ethel added sugar and lemon. Lewisham felt an instantaneous mild surprise at the sight of Ethel drinking grog.
At the door Mrs. Chaffery kissed Lewisham an effusive good-bye, and told Ethel she really believed it was all for the best. On the way home Lewisham was thoughtful and preoccupied. The problem of Chaffery assumed enormous proportions. At times, indeed, even that good man's own philosophical sketch of himself as a practical exponent of mental sincerity, touched with humour and the artistic spirit, seemed plausible. Lagune was an undeniable ass, and conceivably psychic research was an incentive to trickery. Then he remembered the matter in his relation to Ethel. "Your stepfather is a little hard to follow," he said at last, sitting on the bed and taking off one boot. "He's dodgy. He's so confoundedly dodgy. One doesn't know where to take hold of him. He's got such a break, he's clean bowled me again and again." He thought for a space, and then removed his boot, and sat with it on his knee. "Of course. All that he said was wrong. Quite wrong. Right is right, and cheating is cheating, whatever you say about it." "That's what I feel about him," said Ethel at the looking-glass. "That's exactly how it seems to me." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The campaign opens. On Saturday Lewisham was first through the folding doors. In a moment he reappeared with a document extended. Mrs. Lewisham stood arrested with her dress skirt in her hand, astonished at the astonishment on his face. "I say," said Lewisham, "just look here." She looked at the book that he held open before her, and perceived that its vertical ruling betokened a sordid import, that its list of items in an illegible mixture of English and German was lengthy. "1 kettle of coals 6d." occurred regularly down that portentous array, and buttoned it altogether. It was Madam Gadow's first bill. Ethel took it out of his hand and examined it closer. It looked no smaller closer. The overcharges were scandalous. It was curious how the humour of calling a scuttle kettle had evaporated. That document, I take it, was the end of Mr. Lewisham's informal honeymoon. Its advent was the snap of that bright Prince Rupert's drop, and in a moment dust. For a glorious week he had lived in the persuasion that life was made of love and mystery, and now he was reminded with singular clearness that it was begotten of a struggle for existence and the will to live. "Confounded imposition!" fumed Mr. Lewisham, and the breakfast table was novel and ominous, mutterings towards anger on the one hand and a certain consternation on the other. "I must give her a talking to this afternoon," said Lewisham at his watch, and after he had bundled his books into the shiny black bag, he gave the first of his kisses that was not a distinct and self-subsisting ceremony. It was usage and done in a hurry, and the door slammed as he went his way to the schools. Ethel was not coming that morning, because by special request and because she wanted to help him, she was going to copy out some of his botanical notes which had fallen into arrears. On his way to the schools Lewisham felt something suspiciously near a sinking of the heart. His preoccupation was essentially arithmetical. The thing that engaged his mind to the exclusion of all other matters is best expressed in the recognised business form. Debtors, cash in hand, Mr. L, £13 10s and 4d halfpenny. Mrs. L, 11 shillings and 7d. At bank, £45. To scholarship, £1 1 shilling. Total, £60 3 shillings and 11d halfpenny. Creditors, by bus fares to South Kensington, late, 2d. By 6 lunches at the Students' Club, 5 shillings and 2d halfpenny. By 2 packets of cigarettes to smoke after dinner, 6d. By marriage and elopement, £4 18s and 10d. By necessary subsequent additions to bride's trousseau, 16s 1d. By housekeeping expenses, £1 1s and 4d. By a few little things bought by housekeeper, 15s 3d and a halfpenny. By Madame Gadow for coal, lodging and attendance, as per account rendered, £1 15s. By missing, 4d. By balance, £50 11s and 2d. Total, £60 3s and 11d halfpenny. From this it will be manifest to the most unbusinesslike that, disregarding the extraordinary expenditure on the marriage, and the by no means final few little things Ethel had bought, outgoings exceeded income by £2 and more, and a brief excursion into arithmetic will demonstrate that in 25 weeks the balance of the account would be nothing. But that guinea a week was not to go on for 25 weeks, but simply for 15, and then the net outgoings will be well over 3 guineas, reducing the law accorded our young couple to 22 weeks. These details are tiresome and disagreeable, no doubt, to the refined reader, but just imagine how much more disagreeable they were to Mr. Lewisham, trudging meditative to the schools. You will understand his slipping out of the laboratory and betaking himself to the educational reading room, and how it was that the observant Smithers, grinding his lecture notes against the now imminent second examination for the Forbes, was presently perplexed to the centre of his being by the spectacle of Lewisham intent upon a pile of current periodicals, the Educational Times, the Journal of Education, the Schoolmaster, Science and Art, the University Correspondent, Nature, the Athenaeum, the Academy, and the Author. Smithers remarked the appearance of a notebook, the jotting down of memoranda. He edged into the bay nearest Lewisham's table and approached him suddenly from the flank. "What are you after?" said Smithers in a noisy whisper, and with a detective eye on the papers. He perceived Lewisham was scrutinising the advertisement column, and his perplexity increased. "Oh, nothing," said Lewisham blandly, with his hand falling casually over his memoranda. "What's your particular little game?" "Nothing much," said Smithers. "Just mooching round. You weren't at the meeting last Friday." He turned a chair, knelt on it, and began whispering over the back about debating society politics. Lewisham was inattentive and brief. What had he to do with these puerilities? At last Smithers went away foiled, and met Parkson by the entrance. Parkson, by the by, had not spoken to Lewisham since their painful misunderstanding. He made a wide detour to his seat at the end table, and so, and by a singular rectitude of bearing and a dignified expression, showed himself aware of Lewisham's offensive presence. Lewisham's investigations were twofold. He wanted to discover some way of adding materially to that weekly guinea by his own exertions, and he wanted to learn the conditions of the market for typewriting. For himself he had a vague idea, an idea subsequently abandoned, that it was possible to get teaching work in evening classes during the month of March. But except by reason of sudden death, no evening class in London changes its staff after September until July comes round again. Private tuition, moreover, offered many attractions to him, but no definite proposals. His ideas of his own possibilities were youthful, or he would not have spent time in noting the conditions of application for a vacant professorship in physics at the Melbourne University. He also made a note of the vacant editorship of a monthly magazine devoted to social questions. He would not have minded doing that sort of thing at all, though the proprietor might. There was also a vacant curatorship in the Museum of Eton College. The typewriting business was less varied and more definite. Those were the days before the violent competition of the half-educated had brought things down to an impossible 10d the 1,000 words, and the prevailing price was as high as 1 6. Calculating that Ethel could do 1,000 words in an hour, and that she could work 5 or 6 hours in the day, It was evident that her contributions to the household expenses would be by no means despicable. 30 shillings a week perhaps. Lewisham was naturally elated at this discovery. He could find no advertisements of authors or others seeking typewriting, but he saw that a great number of typewriters advertised themselves in the literary papers. It was evident Ethel also must advertise. Scientific phraseology a speciality might be put, meditated Lewisham. He returned to his lodgings in a hopeful mood, with quite a bundle of memoranda of possible employments. He spent 5 shillings in stamps on the way. After lunch Lewisham, a little short of breath, asked to see Madam Gadow. She came up in the most affable frame of mind. Nothing could be further from the normal indignation of the British landlady. She was very voluble, gesticulatory and lucid, but not unhappily bilingual, and at all the crucial points German. Mr. Lewisham's natural politeness restrained him from too close a pursuit across the boundary of the two imperial tongues. Quite half an hour's amicable discussion led at last to a reduction of 6pence, and all parties professed themselves satisfied with this result. Madam Gadow was quite cool even at the end. Mr. Lewisham was flushed in the face, red-eared, and his hair slightly disordered, but that 6pence was at any rate an admission of the justice of his claim. "She was evidently trying it on," he said almost apologetically to Ethel. "It was absolutely necessary to present a firm front to her. I doubt if we shall have any trouble again." "Of course what she says about kitchen coals is perfectly just." Then the young couple went for a walk in Kensington Gardens and, the spring afternoon was so warm and pleasant, sat on 2 attractive green chairs near the bandstand, for which Lewisham had subsequently to pay 2pence. They had what Ethel called a serious talk. She was really wonderfully sensible, and discussed the situation exhaustively. She was particularly insistent upon the importance of economy in her domestic disbursements, and deplored her general ignorance very earnestly. It was decided that Lewisham should get a good elementary textbook of domestic economy for her private study. At home Mrs. Chaffery guided her house by the oracular items of "Inquire within upon everything," but Lewisham considered that work unscientific. Ethel was also of opinion that much might be learnt from the sixpenny ladies' papers. The penny ones had hardly begun in those days. She had bought such publications during seasons of affluence, but chiefly, as she now deplored, with an eye to the trimming of hats and such like vanities. The sooner the typewriter came the better. It occurred to Lewisham with unpleasant suddenness that he had not allowed for the purchase of a typewriter in his estimate of their resources. It brought their law down to 12 or 13 weeks. They spent the evening in writing and copying a number of letters, addressing envelopes and enclosing stamps. There were optimistic moments. "Melbourne's a fine city," said Lewisham, "and we should have a glorious voyage out." He read the application for the Melbourne professorship out loud to her, just to see how it read, and she was greatly impressed by the list of his accomplishments and successes. "I did not know you knew half those things," she said, and became depressed at her relative illiteracy. It was natural after such encouragement to write to the scholastic agents in a tone of assured consequence. The advertisement for typewriting in the Athenaeum troubled his conscience a little. After he had copied out this draft with its scientific phraseology a speciality, fine and large, he saw the notes she had written out for him. Her handwriting was still round and boyish, even as it had appeared in the Whortley Avenue, but her punctuation was confined to the erratic comma and the dash, and there was a disposition to spell the imperfectly legible along the line of least resistance. However, he dismissed that matter with a resolve to read over and correct anything in that way that she might have sent her to do. It would not be a bad idea, he thought parenthetically, if he himself read up some sound authority on the punctuation of sentences. They sat at this business quite late, heedless of the examination in botany that came on the morrow. It was very bright and cosy in their little room, with their fire burning, the gas lit and the curtains drawn, and the number of applications they had written made them hopeful. She was flushed and enthusiastic, now flitting about the room, now coming close to him and leaning over him to see what he had done. At Lewisham's request she got him the envelopes from the chest of drawers. "You are a help to a chap," said Lewisham, leaning back from the table. "I feel I could do anything for a girl like you. Anything." "Really!" she cried. "Really! Am I really a help?" Lewisham's face and gesture were all assent. She gave a little cry of delight, stood for a moment, and then, by way of practical demonstration of her unflinching helpfulness, hurried round the table towards him with arms extended. "You dear!" she cried. Lewisham, partially embraced, pushed his chair back with his disengaged arm so that she might sit on his knee. Who could doubt that she was a help? End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The first battle. Lewisham's inquiries for evening teaching and private tuition were essentially provisional measures. His proposals for a more permanent establishment displayed a certain defect in his sense of proportion. That Melbourne professorship, for example, was beyond his merits, and there were aspects of things that would have affected the welcome of himself and his wife at Eton College. At the outset he was inclined to regard the South Kensington scholar as the intellectual salt of the earth, to overrate the abundance of decent things, yielding from 150 to 300 a year, and to disregard the competition of such inferior enterprises as the universities of Oxford, Cambridge, and the literate North. But the scholastic agents to whom he went on the following Saturday did much in a quiet way to disabuse his mind. Mr. Blendershin's chief assistant in the grimy little office in Oxford Street cleared up the matter so vigorously that Lewisham was angered. "Headmaster of an endowed school, perhaps," said Mr. Blendershin's chief assistant. "Lord, why not a bishopric? I say," as Mr. Blendershin entered smoking an assertive cigar, 1 and 20, no degree, no games, 2 years' experience as junior, wants a headmastership of an endowed school." He spoke so loudly that it was inevitable the selection of clients in the waiting room should hear, and he pointed with his pen. "Look here," said Lewisham hotly, "if I knew the ways of the market I shouldn't come to you." Mr. Blendershin stared at Lewisham for a moment. "What's he done in the way of certificates?" asked Mr. Blendershin of the assistant. The assistant read a list of ologies and ographies. 50 residents, said Mr. Blendershin concisely. "That's your figure. 60 if you're lucky." "What?" said Mr. Lewisham. "Not enough for you?" "Not nearly." "You can get a Cambridge graduate for 80 resident and grateful," said Mr. Blendershin. "But I don't want a resident post," said Lewisham. "Precious few non-resident shops," said Mr. Blendershin. "Precious few. They want you for dormitory supervision, and they're afraid of your taking pups outside." "Not married by any chance?" said the assistant suddenly, after an attentive study of Lewisham's face. "Well, Lewisham met Mr. Blendershin's eye. "Yes," he said. The assistant was briefly unprintable. "Lord, you'll have to keep that dark," said Mr. Blendershin. "But you have got a tough bit of hoeing before you. If I was you, I'd go on and get my degree now, you're so near it. You'll stand a better chance." Pause. "The fact is," said Lewisham slowly and looking at his boot toes, "I must be doing something while I'm getting my degree." The assistant whistled softly. "Might get you a visiting job, perhaps," said Mr. Blendershin speculatively. "Just read me those items again, Binks." He listened attentively. Objects to religious teaching, eh?" He stopped the reading by a gesture. "That's nonsense. You can't have everything, you know. Scratch that out. You won't get a place in any middle-class school in England if you object to religious teaching. It's the mothers, bless them. Say nothing about it. Don't believe? Who does? There's hundreds like you know, hundreds. Parsons, all sorts. Say nothing about it. But if I'm asked? Church of England. Every man in this country who has not dissented belongs to the Church of England. It'll be hard enough to get you anything without that." "But," said Mr. Lewisham, "it's lying." "Legal fiction," said Mr. Blendershin. "Every one understands. If you don't do that, my dear chap, we can't do anything for you. It's journalism or London docks. Well, considering your experience, say docks." Lewisham's face flushed irregularly. He did not answer. He scowled and tugged at the still by no means ample moustache. "Compromise, you know," said Mr. Blendershin, watching him kindly. "Compromise." For the first time in his life Lewisham faced the necessity of telling a lie in cold blood. He glissaded from the austere altitudes of his self-respect, and his next words were already disingenuous. "I won't promise to tell lies if I'm asked," he said aloud. "I can't do that." "Scratch it out," said Blendershin to the clerk. "You needn't mention it. Then you don't say you can teach drawing." "I can't," said Lewisham. "You just give out the copies," said Blendershin, "and take care they don't see you draw, you know." "But that's not teaching drawing." "It's what's understood by it in this country," said Blendershin. "Don't you go corrupting your mind with pedagogueries. They're the ruin of assistants. Put down drawing. Then there's shorthand." "Here, I say," said Lewisham. "There's shorthand, French, bookkeeping, commercial geography, land measuring. But I can't teach any of those things." "Look here," said Blendershin and paused. "Has your wife or you a private income?" "No," said Lewisham. "Well?" A pause of further moral dissent and a whack against an obstacle. "But they'll find me out," said Lewisham. Blendershin smiled. "It's not so much ability as willingness to teach, you know. And they won't find you out. The sort of schoolmaster we deal with can't find anything out. He can't teach any of these things himself, and consequently he doesn't believe they can be taught. Talk to him of pedagogics and he talks of practical experience. But he puts them on his prospectus, you know, and he wants them on his timetable. Some of these subjects, there's commercial geography, for instance. What is commercial geography?" "Barilla," said the assistant, biting the end of his pen, and added pensively, "and blethers." "Fad," said Blendershin. "Just fad. Newspapers talk rot about commercial education. Duke of Devonshire catches on and talks ditto, pretends he thought it himself. Much he cares. Parents get hold of it. Schoolmasters obliged to put something down. Consequently assistants must. And that's the end of the matter." "All right," said Lewisham, catching his breath in a faint sob of shame. "Stick 'em down. But mind, a non-resident place." "Well," said Blendershin, "your science may pull you through. But I tell you it's hard. Some grant-earning grammar school may want that. And that's about all, I think. Make a note of the address." The assistant made a noise, something between a whistle and the word "fee." Blendershin glanced at Lewisham and nodded doubtfully. "Fee for booking," said the assistant. "£1/2 crown, postage in advance £1/2." But Lewisham remembered certain advice Dunkerley had given him in the old Whortley days. He hesitated. "No," he said, "I don't pay that. If you get me anything there's the commission. If you don't..." "We lose," supplied the assistant. "And you ought to," said Lewisham. "It's a fair game." "Living in London?" asked Blendershin. "Yes," said the clerk. "That's all right," said Mr. Blendershin. "We won't say anything about the postage in that case. Of course it's the off season, and you mustn't expect anything at present very much. Sometimes there is a shift or so at Easter. There's nothing more. Afternoon. Any one else, Binks?" Messrs. Maskelyne, Smith and Thrums did a higher class of work than Blendershin, whose specialities were lower class private establishments and the cheaper sort of endowed schools. Indeed, so superior were Maskelyne, Smith and Thrums that they enraged Lewisham by refusing at first to put him on their books. He was interviewed briefly by a young man dressed and speaking with offensive precision, whose eye adhered rigidly to the waterproof collar throughout the interview. "Hardly our line," he said, and pushed Lewisham a form to fill up. "Mostly upper class and good preparatory schools here, you know." As Lewisham filled up the form with his multitudinous ologies and ographies, a youth of ducal appearance entered and greeted the precise young man in a friendly way. Lewisham, bending down to write, perceived that this professional rival wore a very long frock coat, patent leather boots, and the most beautiful grey trousers. His conceptions of competition enlarged. The precise young man, by a motion of his eyes, directed the newcomer's attention to Lewisham's waterproof collar, and was answered by raised eyebrows and a faint tightening of the mouth. "That bounder at Castleford has answered me," said the newcomer in a fine, rich voice. "Is he any bally good?" When the bounder at Castleford had been discussed, Lewisham presented his paper, and the precise young man, with his eyes still fixed on the waterproof collar, took the document in the manner of one who reaches across a gulf. "I doubt if we shall be able to do anything for you," he said reassuringly, "but an English mastership may chance to be vacant. Science doesn't count for much in our sort of schools, you know. Classics and good games, that's our sort of thing." "I see," said Lewisham. "Good games, good form, you know, and all that sort of thing." "I see," said Lewisham. "You don't happen to be a public school boy?" asked the precise young man. "No," said Lewisham. "Where were you educated?" Lewisham's face grew hot. "Does that matter?" he asked, with his eye on the exquisite grey trousering. "In our sort of school, decidedly. It's a question of tone, you know." "I see," said Lewisham, beginning to realise new limitations. His immediate impulse was to escape the eye of the nicely dressed assistant master. "You'll write, I suppose, if you have anything," he said, and the precise young man responded with alacrity to his doorward motion. "Often get that kind of thing?" asked the nicely dressed young man when Lewisham had departed. "Rather. Not quite so bad as that, you know. That waterproof collar, did you notice it? Ugh! And I see. And the scowl and the clumsiness of it. Of course, he hasn't any decent clothes. He'd go to a new shop with one tin box. But that sort of thing, and board school teachers, they're getting everywhere. Only the other day Roten was here." "Not Roten of Pinner?" "Yes, Roten of Pinner, and he asked right out for a board schoolmaster. He said, 'I want someone who can teach arithmetic.'" He laughed. The nicely dressed young man meditated over the handle of his cane. "A bounder of that kind can't have a particularly nice time," he said. "Anyhow, if he does get into a decent school, he must get tremendously cut by all the decent men." "Too thick-skinned to mind that sort of thing, I fancy," said the scholastic agent. "He's a new type. This South Kensington place and the Polytechnics are turning him out by the hundred." Lewisham forgot his resentment at having to profess a religion he did not believe in this new discovery of the scholastic importance of clothing. He went along with an eye to all the shop windows that afforded a view of his person. Indisputably his trousers were ungainly, flapping abominably over his boots and bagging terribly at the knees, and his boots were not only worn and ugly but extremely ill-blacked. His wrists projected offensively from his coat sleeves, he perceived a huge asymmetry in the collar of his jacket, his red tie was askew and ill-tied, and that waterproof collar! It was shiny, slightly discoloured, suddenly clammy to the neck. What if he did happen to be well equipped for science teaching? That was nothing. He speculated on the cost of a complete outfit. It would be difficult to get such grey trousers as those he had seen for less than 16 shillings, and he reckoned a frock coat at 40 shillings at least, possibly even more. He knew good clothes were very expensive. He hesitated at Paul's door and turned away. The thing was out of the question. He crossed Leicester Square and went down Bedford Street, disliking every well-dressed person he met. Messrs. Danks and Wimborne inhabited a bank-like establishment near Chancery Lane, and without any conversation presented him with forms to fill up. Religion? Asked the form. Lewisham paused and wrote Church of England. Thence he went to the College of Pedagogues in Holborn. The College of Pedagogues presented itself as a long-bearded, corpulent, comfortable person with a thin gold watch-chain and fat hands. He wore gilt glasses and had a kindly confidential manner that did much to heal Lewisham's wounded feelings. The ologies and ographies were taken down with polite surprise at their number. "You ought to take one of our diplomas," said the stout man. "You would find no difficulty, no competition, and there are prizes, several prizes in money." Lewisham was not aware that the waterproof collar had found a sympathetic observer. "We give courses of lectures, and have an examination in the theory and practice of education. It is the only examination in the theory and practice of education for men engaged in middle and upper class teaching in this country, except the teacher's diploma, and so few come, not 200 a year, mostly governesses. The men prefer to teach by rule of thumb, you know. English characteristic rule of thumb. It doesn't do to say anything, of course, but there's bound to be something happen, something a little disagreeable, somewhen, if things go on as they do. American schools keep on getting better. German too. What used to do won't do now. I tell this to you, you know, but it doesn't do to tell every one. It doesn't do. It doesn't do to do anything. So much has to be considered. However, but you'd do well to get a diploma and make yourself efficient, though that's looking ahead." He spoke of looking ahead with an apologetic laugh, as though it was an amiable weakness of his. He turned from such abstruse matters and furnished Lewisham with the particulars of the college diplomas, and proceeded to other possibilities. "There's private tuition," he said. "Would you mind a backward boy? Then we are occasionally asked for visiting masters, mostly by girls' schools, but that's for older men, married men, you know." "I am married," said Lewisham. "Eh?" said the College of Pedagogues, startled. "I am married," said Lewisham. "Dear me," said the College of Pedagogues gravely, and regarding Mr. Lewisham over gold-rimmed glasses. "Dear me, and I am more than twice your age, and I'm not married at all. 21. Have you been married long?" "A few weeks," said Lewisham. "That's very remarkable," said the College of Pedagogues. "Very interesting. Really. Your wife must be a very courageous young person. Excuse me, you know. You will really have a hard fight for a position. However, it certainly makes you eligible for girls' schools. It does do that. To a certain extent, that is." The evidently enhanced respect of the College of Pedagogues pleased Lewisham extremely. But his encounter with the medical, scholastic and clerical agency that holds by Waterloo Bridge was depressing again, and after that he set out to walk home. Long before he reached home he was tired, and his simple pride in being married and in active grapple with an unsympathetic world had passed. His surrender on the religious question had left a rankling bitterness behind it. The problem of the clothes was acutely painful. He was still far from a firm grasp of the fact that his market price was under rather than over £100 a year, but that persuasion was gaining ground in his mind. The day was a greyish one, with a dull cold wind, and a nail in one of his boots took upon itself to be objectionable. Certain wild shots and disastrous lapses in his recent botanical examination that he had managed to keep out of his mind hitherto forced their way on his attention. For the first time since his marriage he harboured premonitions of failure. When he got in he wanted to sit down at once in the little creaky chair by the fire. But Ethel came flitting from the newly bought typewriter with arms extended and prevented him. "Oh, it has been dull," she said. He missed the compliment. "I haven't had such a giddy time that you should grumble," he said in a tone that was novel to her. He disengaged himself from her arms and sat down. He noticed the expression of her face. "I'm rather tired," he said by way of apology, "and there's a confounded nail I must hammer down in my boot. It's tiring work hunting up these agents, but of course it's better to go and see them. How have you been getting on?" "All right," she said, regarding him, and then, "You are tired. We'll have some tea. And let me take off your boot for you, dear. Yes, I will." She rang the bell, bustled out of the room, called for tea at the staircase, came back, pulled out Madam Gadow's ungainly hassock, and began unlacing his boot. Lewisham's mood changed. "You are a trump, Ethel," he said. "I'm hanged if you're not." As the laces flicked, he bent forward and kissed her ear. The unlacing was suspended, and there were reciprocal endearments. Presently he was sitting in his slippers with a cup of tea in his hand, and Ethel, kneeling on the hearthrug with the firelight on her face, was telling him of an answer that had come that afternoon to her advertisement in the Athenaeum. "That's good," said Lewisham. "It's a novelist," she said with a light of pride in her eyes, and handed him the letter. "Lucas Holderness, the author of The Furnace of Sin and other stories." "That's first rate," said Lewisham, with just a touch of envy, and bent forward to read by the firelight. The letter was from an address in Judd Street, Euston Road, written on good paper and in a fair round hand such as one might imagine a novelist using. "Dear Madam," said the letter, "I propose to send you by registered letter the manuscript of a 3-volume novel. It is about 90,000 words, but you must count the exact number." "How I shall count I don't know," said Ethel. "I'll show you a way," said Lewisham. "There's no difficulty in that. You count the words on 3 or 4 pages, strike an average and multiply. But of course before doing so I must have a satisfactory guarantee that my confidence in putting my work in your hands will not be misplaced, and that your execution is of the necessary high quality." "Oh," said Lewisham, "that's a bother." "Accordingly I must ask you for references." "That's a downright nuisance," said Lewisham. "I suppose that ass Lagoon. But what's this? Or failing references for a deposit. That's reasonable, I suppose." It was such a moderate deposit too, merely a guinea. Even had the doubt been stronger, the aspect of helpful, hopeful little Ethel, eager for work, might well have thrust it aside. "Sending him a cheque will show him we have a banking account behind us," said Lewisham. His banking was still sufficiently recent for pride. "We will send him a cheque. That'll settle him all right." That evening, after the guinea cheque had been dispatched, things were further brightened by the arrival of a letter of atrociously jellygraphed advices from Messrs. Danks and Wimborne. They all referred to resident vacancies for which Lewisham was manifestly unsuitable. Nevertheless their arrival brought an encouraging assurance of things going on, of shifting and unstable places in the defences of the beleaguered world. Afterwards, with occasional endearments for Ethel, he set himself to a revision of his last year's notebooks, for now the botany was finished, the advanced zoological course, the last lap as it were, for the Forbes medal, was beginning. She got her best hat from the next room to make certain changes in the arrangement of its trimmings. She sat in the little chair, while Lewisham, with documents spread before him, sat at the table. Presently she looked up from an experimental arrangement of her cornflowers and discovered Lewisham no longer reading, but staring blankly at the middle of the tablecloth, with an extraordinary misery in his eyes. She forgot the cornflowers and stared at him. "Penny," she said after an interval. Lewisham started and looked up. "Eh?" "Why were you looking so miserable?" she asked. "Was I looking miserable?" "Yes, and cross."
"I was thinking just then that I would like to boil a bishop or so in oil."
"My dear!"
"They know perfectly well the case against what they teach. They know it's neither madness nor wickedness nor any great harm to others not to believe. They know perfectly well that a man may be as honest as the day, and right and decent in every way, and not believe in what they teach. And they know that it only wants the edge off a man's honour for him to profess anything in the way of belief, just anything. And they won't say so. I suppose they want the edge off every man's honour. If a man is well off, they will truckle to him no end, though he laughs at all their teaching. They'll take gold plate from company promoters, and rent from insanitary houses. But if a man is poor, and doesn't profess to believe in what some of them scarcely believe themselves, they wouldn't lift a finger to help him against the ignorance of their followers. Your stepfather was right enough there. They know what's going on. They know that it means lying and humbug for any number of people, and they don't care. Why should they? They've got it down all right. They're spoilt. And why shouldn't we be?"
Lewisham, having selected the bishops of scapegoats for his turpitude, was inclined to ascribe even the nail in his boot to their agency. Mrs. Lewisham looked puzzled. She realised his drift. "You're not," she said, and dropped her voice, "an infidel." Lewisham nodded gloomily. "Aren't you?" he said. "Oh no," said Mrs. Lewisham. "But you don't go to church? You don't—" "No, I don't," said Mrs. Lewisham, and then with more assurance, "but I'm not an infidel." "Christian?" "I suppose so." "But a Christian? What do you believe?" "Oh, to tell the truth and do right, and not hurt or injure people and all that." "That's not a Christian. A Christian is one who believes." "It's what I mean by a Christian," said Mrs. Lewisham. "Oh, at that rate any one's a Christian," said Lewisham. "We all think it's right to do right and wrong to do wrong." "But we don't all do it," said Mrs. Lewisham, taking up the cornflowers again. "No," said Lewisham, a little taken aback by the feminine method of discussion. "We don't all do it, certainly." He stared at her for a moment. Her head was a little on one side and her eyes on the cornflower, and his mind was full of a strange discovery. He seemed on the verge of speaking, and turned to his notebook again. Very soon the centre of the tablecloth resumed its sway. The following day Mr. Lucas Holderness received his cheque for £1. Unhappily it was crossed. He meditated for some time, and then took pen and ink and improved Lewisham's careless 1 to 5, and touched up his unticked figure 1 to correspond. You perceive him, a lank, cadaverous, good-looking man with long black hair and a semi-clerical costume of quite painful rustiness. He made the emendations with grave carefulness. He took the cheque round to his grocer. His grocer looked at it suspiciously. "You pay it in," said Mr. Lucas Holderness. "If you've any doubts about it, pay it in. I don't know the man or what he is. He may be a swindler for all I can tell. I can't answer for him. Pay it in and see. Leave the change till then. I can wait. I'll call round in a few days' time." "All right, wasn't it?" said Mr. Lucas Holderness in a casual tone 2 days later. "Quite, sir," said his grocer with enhanced respect, and handed him his £4 13 and 6pence change. Mr. Lucas Holderness, who had been eyeing the grocer's stock with a curious intensity, immediately became animated and bought a tin of salmon. He went out of the shop with the rest of the money in his hand, for the pockets of his clothes were old and untrustworthy. At the baker's he bought a new roll. He bit a huge piece of the roll directly he was out of the shop, and went on his way gnawing. It was so large a piece that his gnawing mouth was contorted into the ugliest shapes. He swallowed by an effort, stretching his neck each time. His eyes expressed an animal satisfaction. He turned the corner of Judd Street, biting again at the roll. And the reader of this story, like the Lewishams, hears of him no more. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The glamour fades. After all, the rose love-making and marrying and epithalamy are no more than the dawn of things, and to follow comes all the spacious interval of white laborious light. Try as we may to stay those delightful moments, they fade and pass remorselessly. There is no returning, no recovering, only, for the foolish, the vilest peep-shows and imitations in dens and darkened rooms. We go on, we grow. At least we age. Our young couple, emerging presently from an atmosphere of dusk and morning stars, found the sky gathering greyly overhead, and saw one another for the first time clearly in the light of every day. It might perhaps witness better to Lewisham's refinement if one could tell only of a moderated and dignified cooling, of pathetic little concealments of disappointment, and a decent maintenance of the sentimental atmosphere. And so at last daylight. But our young couple were too crude for that. The first intimations of their lack of identity have already been described, but it would be tedious and pitiful to tell of all the little intensifications, shade by shade, of the conflict of their individualities. They fell out, dear lady. They came to conflict of words. The stress of perpetual worry was upon them, of dwindling funds and the anxious search for work that would not come. And on Ethel lay long, vacant, lonely hours in dull surroundings. Differences arose from the most indifferent things. One night Lewisham lay awake in unfathomable amazement because she had convinced him she did not care a rap for the welfare of humanity, and deemed his socialism a fancy and an indiscretion. And one Sunday afternoon they started for a walk under the pleasantest auspices, and returned flushed and angry, satire and retort flying free, on the score of the social conventions in Ethel's novelettes. For some inexplicable reason Lewisham saw fit to hate her novelettes very bitterly. These encounters, indeed, were mere skirmishes for the most part, and the silences and embarrassments that followed ended sooner or later in a making up, tacit or definite, though once or twice this making up only reopened the healing wound. And always each skirmish left its scar, effaced from yet another line of their lives the lingering tints of romantic colour. There came no work, no added income for either of them, saving 2 trifles for 5 long months. Once Lewisham won 12 shillings in the prize competition of a penny weekly, and 3 times came infinitesimal portions of typewriting from a poet who had apparently seen the Athenaeum advertisement. His name was Edwin Peake Baynes, and his handwriting was sprawling and unformed. He sent her several short lyrics on scraps of paper, with instructions that he desired 3 copies of each written beautifully in different styles, and not fastened with metal fasteners, but with silk thread of an appropriate colour. Both of our young people were greatly exercised by these instructions. One fragment was called Bird Song, one Cloud Shadows, and one Eryngium, but Lewisham thought they might be spoken of collectively as Bosh. By way of payment, this poet sent, in contravention of the postal regulations, half a sovereign stuck into a card, asking her to keep the balance against future occasions. In a little while greatly altered copies of these lyrics were returned by the poet in person, with this enigmatical instruction written across the cover of each: "This style I like, only if possible more so." Lewisham was out, but Ethel opened the door, so this endorsement was unnecessary. "He's really only a boy," said Ethel, describing the interview to Lewisham, who was curious. They both felt that the youthfulness of Edwin Peake Baynes detracted something from the reality of this employment. From his marriage until the final examination in June, Lewisham's life had an odd amphibious quality. At home were Ethel and the perpetual aching pursuit of employment, the pelting irritations of Madame Gadow's persistent overcharges, and so forth, and amid such things he felt extraordinarily grown up. But intercalated with these experiences were those intervals at Kensington, scraps of his adolescence, as it were, lying amidst the new matter of his manhood, intervals during which he was simply an insubordinate and disappointing student with an increasing disposition to gossip. At South Kensington he dwelt with theories and ideals as a student should. At the little rooms in Chelsea, they grew very stuffy as the summer came on and the accumulation of the penny novelettes Ethel favoured made a litter, there was his particular private concrete situation, and ideals gave place to the real. It was a strangely narrow world, he perceived dimly, in which his manhood opened. The only visitors were the Chafferys. Chaffery would come to share their supper, and won upon Lewisham, in spite of his roguery, by his incessantly entertaining monologue, and by his expressed respect for and envy of Lewisham's scientific attainments. Moreover, as time went on, Lewisham found himself more and more in sympathy with Chaffery's bitterness against those who order the world. It was good to hear him on bishops and that sort of people. He said what Lewisham wanted to say beautifully. Mrs. Chaffery was perpetually flitting out of the house as Lewisham came home, a dim, black, nervous, untidy little figure. She came because Ethel, in spite of her expressed belief that love was all in all, found married life a little dull and lonely while Lewisham was away. And she went hastily when he came because of a certain irritability that the struggle against the world was developing. He told no one at Kensington about his marriage, at first because it was such a delicious secret, and then for quite other reasons. So there was no overlapping. The two worlds began and ended sharply at the wrought iron gates. But the day came when Lewisham passed those gates for the last time, and his adolescence ended altogether. In the final examination of the biological course, the examination that signalised the end of his income of a weekly guinea, he knew well enough that he had done badly. The evening of the last day's practical work found him belated, hot-headed, beaten, with ruffled hair and red ears. He sat to the last moment doggedly struggling to keep cool and to mount the ciliated funnel of an earthworm's nephridium. But ciliated funnels come not to those who have shirked the laboratory practice. He rose, surrendered his paper to the morose elderly young assistant demonstrator who had welcomed him so flatteringly 8 months before, and walked down the laboratory to the door where the rest of his fellow students clustered. Smithers was talking loudly about the twistiness of the identification, and the youngster with the big ears was listening attentively. "Here's Lewisham. How did you get on, Lewisham?" asked Smithers, not concealing his assurance. "Horribly," said Lewisham shortly, and pushed past. "Did you spot D?" clamoured Smithers. Lewisham pretended not to hear. Miss Heydinger stood with her hat in her hand and looked at Lewisham's hot eyes. He was for walking past her, but something in her face penetrated even his disturbance. He stopped. "Did you get out the nephridium?" he said as graciously as he could. She shook her head. "Are you going downstairs?" she asked. "Rather," said Lewisham, with a vague intimation in his manner of the offence Smithers gave him. He opened the glass door from the passage to the staircase. They went down one tier of that square spiral in silence. "Are you coming up again next year?" asked Miss Heydinger. "No," said Lewisham. "No, I shall not come here again. Ever." Pause. "What will you do?" she asked. "I don't know. I have to get a living somehow. It's been bothering me all the session." "I thought..." She stopped. "Will you go down to your uncle's again?" she said. "No, I shall stop in London. It's no good going out of things into the country. And besides, I've quarrelled rather with my uncle." What do you think of doing? Teaching?" "I suppose it will be teaching. I'm not sure. Anything that turns up." "I see," she said. They went on down in silence for a time. "I suppose you will come up again?" he asked. "I may try the Botanical again, if they can find room. And, I was thinking, sometimes one hears of things. What is your address? So that if I heard of anything—" Lewisham stopped on the staircase and thought. "Of course," he said. He made no effort to give her the address, and she demanded it again at the foot of the stairs. "That confounded nephridium," he said. "It has put everything out of my head." They exchanged addresses on leaflets torn from Miss Heydinger's little notebook. She waited at the book in the hall while he signed his name. At the iron gates of the school she said, "I'm going through Kensington Gardens." He was now feeling irritated about the addresses, and he would not see the implicit invitation. "I'm going towards Chelsea." She hesitated a moment, looking at him puzzled. "Good bye, then," she said. "Good bye," he answered, lifting his hat. He crossed the Exhibition Road slowly, with his packed Lay's bag, now seamed with cracks, in his hand. He went thoughtfully down to the corner of the Cromwell Road and turned along that to the right, so that he could see the red pile of the Science Schools rising fair and tall across the gardens of the Natural History Museum. He looked back towards it regretfully. He was quite sure that he had failed in this last examination. He knew that any career as a scientific man was now closed to him for ever. And he remembered now how he had come along this very road to that great building for the first time in his life, and all the hopes and resolve that had swelled within him as he had drawn near. That dream of incessant unswerving work! Where might he have reached if only he had had singleness of purpose to realise that purpose? And in these gardens it was that he and Smithers and Parkson had sat on a seat hard by the fossil tree and discoursed of socialism together before the great paper was read. "Yes," he said, speaking aloud to himself. "Yes, that's all over too. Everything's over." Presently the corner of the Natural History Museum came between him and his receding alma mater. He sighed and turned his face towards the stuffy little rooms at Chelsea and the still unconquered world. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. Concerning a quarrel. It was late in September that this particular quarrel occurred. Almost all the roseate tints seemed gone by this time, for the Lewishams had been married 6 months. Their financial affairs had changed from the catastrophic to the sordid. Lewisham had found work. An army crammer named Captain Vigours wanted someone energetic for his mathematical duffers and to teach geometrical drawing and what he was pleased to call Sandhurst science. He paid no less than 2 shillings an hour for his uncertain demands on Lewisham's time. Moreover, there was a class in lower mathematics beginning at Walham Green, where Lewisham was to show his quality. 50 shillings a week or more seemed credible, more might be hoped for. It was now merely a case of tiding over the interval until Vigours paid. And meanwhile the freshness of Ethel's blouses departed, and Lewisham refrained from the repair of his boot, which had cracked across the toe. The beginning of the quarrel was trivial enough, but by the end they got to generalities. Lewisham had begun the day in a bad temper and under the cloud of an overnight passage of arms, and a little incident that had nothing to do with their ostensible difference lent it a warmth of emotion quite beyond its merits. As he emerged through the folding doors he saw a letter lying among the sketchily laid breakfast things, and Ethel's attitude suggested the recoil of a quick movement. The letter suddenly dropped. Her eyes met his and she flushed. He sat down and took the letter, a trifle awkwardly perhaps. It was from Miss Heydinger. He hesitated with it halfway to his pocket, then decided to open it. It displayed an ample amount of reading, and he read. On the whole he thought it rather a dull sort of letter, but he did not allow this to appear. When it was read, he put it carefully in his pocket. That formally had nothing to do with the quarrel. The breakfast was already over when the quarrel began. Lewisham's morning was vacant, and he proposed to occupy it in the revision of certain notes bearing upon Sandhurst science. Unhappily, the search for his notebook brought him into collision with the accumulation of Ethel's novelettes. "These things are everywhere," he said after a gust of vehement handling. "I wish you'd tidy them up sometimes." "They were tidy enough till you began to throw them about," Ethel pointed out. "Confounded muck. It's only fit to be burnt," Lewisham remarked to the universe, and pitched one viciously into the corner. "Well, you tried to write one anyhow," said Ethel, recalling a certain mammoth packet of notepaper that had come on an evil end before Lewisham found his industrial level. This reminiscence always irritated him exceedingly. "Eh?" he said sharply. "You tried to write one," repeated Ethel, a little unwillingly. "You don't mean to forget that?" "It's you reminded me." He stared hostility for a space. "Well, the thing made a beastly litter anyhow. There isn't a tidy corner anywhere in the room. There never is." "That's just the sort of thing you always say." "Well, is there?" "Yes, there is." "Where?" Ethel professed not to hear, but a devil had possession of Lewisham for a time. "It isn't as though you had anything else to do," he remarked, wounding dishonourably. Ethel turned. "If I put those things away," she said with tremendous emphasis on the put, "you'd only say I'd hidden them. What is the good of trying to please you?" The spirit of perversity suggested to Lewisham, "None, apparently." Ethel's cheeks glowed and her eyes were bright with unshed tears. Abruptly she abandoned the defensive and blurted out the thing that had been latent so long between them. Her voice took a note of passion. "Nothing I can do ever does please you since that Miss Heydinger began to write to you." There was a pause, a gap. Something like astonishment took them both. Hitherto it had been a convention that she knew nothing of the existence of Miss Heydinger. He saw a light. "How did you know?" he began, and perceived that line was impossible. He took the way of the natural man. He ejaculated an "Ugh!" of vast disgust. He raised his voice. "You are unreasonable!" he cried in angry remonstrance. "Fancy saying that! As though you ever tried to please me! Just as though it wasn't all the other way about!" He stopped, struck by a momentary perception of injustice. He plunged at the point he had shirked. "How did you know it was Miss Heydinger?" Ethel's voice took upon itself the quality of tears. "I wasn't meant to know, was I?" she said. "But how?" "I suppose you think it doesn't concern me. I suppose you think I'm made of stone." "You mean you think?" "Yes, I do." For a brief interval Lewisham stared at the issue she had laid bare. He sought some crashing proposition, some line of convincing reasoning with which to overwhelm and hide this new aspect of things. It would not come. He found himself fenced in on every side. A surging irrational rage seized upon him. "Jealousy!" he cried. "Jealousy! Just as though... Can't I have letters about things you don't understand, that you won't understand? If I asked you to read them you wouldn't. It's just because... You never give me a chance to understand. Don't I?" "No." "Why, at first I was always trying. Socialism, religion, all those things. But you don't care. You won't care. You won't have that I've thought over these things at all, that I care for these things. It wasn't any good to argue. You just care for me in a way, and all the rest of me doesn't matter. And because I've got a friend..." "Friend!" "Yes, friend." "Why, you hide her letters." because I tell you you wouldn't understand what they are about. But, pah! I won't argue. I won't. You're jealous, and there's the end of the matter." "Well, who wouldn't be jealous?" He stared at her, as if he found the question hard to see. The theme was difficult, invincibly difficult. He surveyed the room for a diversion. The notebook he had disinterred from her novelettes lay upon the table and reminded him of his grievance of ruined hours. His rage exploded. He struck out abruptly towards fundamental things. He gesticulated forcibly. "This can't go on!" he cried. "This can't go on! How can I work? How can I do anything?" He made 3 steps and stood in a clear space. "I won't stand it. I won't go on at this. Quarrels, bickerings, discomfort. Look there, I meant to work this morning. I meant to look up notes, instead of which you start a quarrel." The gross injustice raised Ethel's voice to an outcry. "I didn't start the quarrel." The only response to this was to shout, and Lewisham shouted. "You start a quarrel," he repeated. "You make a shindy. You spring a dispute, jealousy on me. How can I do anything? How can one stop in a house like this? I shall go out. Look here, I shall go out. I shall go to Kensington and work there." He perceived himself wordless, and Ethel was about to speak. He glared about him, seeking a prompt climax. Instant action was necessary. He perceived Huxley's Vertebrata upon the side table. He clutched it, swayed it through a momentous arc, hurled it violently into the empty fireplace. For a second he seemed to be seeking some other missile. He perceived his hat on the chest of drawers, seized it, and strode tragically from the room. He hesitated with the door half closed, then opened it wide and slammed it vehemently. Thereby the world was warned of the justice of his rage, and so he passed with credit into the street. He went striding, heedless of his direction, through the streets dotted with intent people hurrying to work, and presently habit turned his feet towards the Brompton Road. The eastward trend of the morning traffic caught him. For a time, save for a rebellious ingredient of wonder at the back of his mind, he kept his anger white and pure. Why had he married her was the text to which he clung. Why in the name of destiny had he married her? But anyhow he had said the decisive thing. He would not stand it. It must end. Things were intolerable, and they must end. He meditated devastating things that he might presently say to her in pursuance of this resolution. He contemplated acts of cruelty. In such ways he would demonstrate clearly that he would not stand it. He was very careful to avoid inquiring what it was he would not stand. How in the name of destiny had he come to marry her? The quality of his surroundings mingled in some way with the quality of his thoughts. The huge distended buildings of corrugated iron in which the Art Museum, of all places, culminates, the truncated oratory all askew to the street, seemed to have a similar quarrel with fate. How in the name of destiny? After such high prelusions! He found that his thoughts had carried him past the lodge of the museum. He turned back irritably and went through the turnstile. He entered the museum and passed beneath the gallery of old iron on his way to the education library. The vacant array of tables, the bays of attendant books, had a quality of refuge. So much for Lewisham in the morning. Long before midday all the vigour of his wrath was gone, all his passionate conviction of Ethel's unworthiness. Over a pile of neglected geological works he presented a face of gloom. His memory presented a picture of himself as noisy, overbearing, and unfair. What on earth had it all been about? By 2 o'clock he was on his way to Vigours, and his mood was acute remorse. Of the transition there can be no telling in words, for thoughts are more subtle than words and emotions infinitely vaguer. But one thing at least is definite, that a memory returned. It drifted into him through the glass roof of the library far above. He did not perceive it as a memory at first, but as an irritating obstacle to attention. He struck the open pages of the book before him with his flat hand. "Damn that infernal hurdy-gurdy," he whispered. Presently he made a fretful movement and put his hands over his ears. Then he thrust his books from him, got up, and wandered about the library. The organ came to an abrupt end in the middle of a bar, and vanished in the circumambient silence of space. Lewisham, standing in a bay, closed a book with a snap, and returned to his seat. Presently he found himself humming a languid tune, and thinking again of the quarrel that he imagined banished from his mind. What in the name of destiny had it all been about? He had a curious sense that something had got loose, was sliding about in his mind, and as if by way of answer emerged a vision of Whortley, a singularly vivid vision. It was moonlight and a hillside. The little town lay lit and warm below, and the scene was set to music, a lugubriously sentimental air. For some reason this music had the quality of a barrel organ, though he knew that properly it came from a band, and it associated with itself a mystical formula of words, drawing words: sweep dreamland, faces passing to and fro, bring back to memory days of long ago, oh. This air not only reproduced the picture with graphic vividness, but it trailed after it an enormous cloud of irrational emotion, emotion that had but a moment before seemed gone for ever from his being. He recalled it all. He had come down that hillside, and Ethel had been with him. Had he really felt like that about her? "Pah!" he said suddenly, and reverted to his books. But the tune and the memory had won their footing. They were with him through his meagre lunch of milk and scones he had resolved at the outset he would not go back to her for the midday meal, and on his way to Vigours' they insisted on attention. It may be that lunching on scone and milk does in itself make for milder ways of thinking. A sense of extraordinary contradiction, of infinite perplexity, came to him. "But then," he asked, "how the devil did we get to this?" Which is indeed one of the fundamental questions of matrimony. The morning tumults had given place to an almost scientific calm. Very soon he was grappling manfully with the question. There was no disputing it, they had quarrelled. Not once but several times lately they had quarrelled. It was real quarrelling. They had stood up against one another, striking, watching to strike, seeking to wound. He tried to recall just how things had gone, what he had said and what she had replied. He could not do it. He had forgotten phrases and connections. It stood in his memory not as a sequence of events, but as a collection of disconnected static sayings, each saying blunt, permanent, inconsecutive, like a graven inscription. And of the scene there came only one picture: Ethel with a burning face, and her eyes shining with tears. The traffic of a cross street engaged him for a space. He emerged on the further side, full of the vivid contrast of their changed relations. He made a last effort to indict her, to show that for the transition she was entirely to blame. She had quarrelled with him, she had quarrelled deliberately, because she was jealous. She was jealous of Miss Heydinger because she was stupid. But now these accusations faded like smoke as he put them forth. But the picture of two little figures back there in the moonlit past did not fade. It was in the narrows of Kensington High Street that he abandoned her arraignment. It was beyond the Town Hall that he made the new step. Was it after all just possible that in some degree he himself rather was the chief person to blame? It was instantly as if he had been aware of that all the time. Once he had made that step he moved swiftly. Not 100 paces before the struggle was over, and he had plunged headlong into the blue abyss of remorse. And all these things that had been so dramatic and forcible, all the vivid, brutal things he had said, stood no longer graven inscriptions, but in letters of accusing flame. He tried to imagine he had not said them, that his memory played him a trick, tried to suppose he had said something similar perhaps, but much less forcible. He attempted with almost equal futility to minimise his own wounds. His endeavour served only to measure the magnitude of his fall. He had recovered everything now. He saw it all. He recalled Ethel, sunlit in the avenue, Ethel, white in the moonlight before they parted outside the Frobisher house, Ethel as she would come out of Lagoon's house greeting him for their nightly walk, Ethel new wedded as she came to him through the folding doors, radiant in the splendour his emotions threw about her. And at last Ethel angry, dishevelled and tear-stained in that ill-lit, untidy little room. All to the cadence of a hurdy-gurdy tune. From that to this. How had it been possible to get from such an opalescent dawning to such a dismal day? What was it had gone? He and she were the same two persons who walked so brightly in his awakened memory. He and she who had lived so bitterly through the last few weeks of misery. His mood sank for a space to the quality of groaning. He implicated her now at most as his partner in their failure. "What a mess we have made of things," was his new motive. What a mess! He knew love now for what it was, knew it for something more ancient and more imperative than reason. He knew now that he loved her, and his recent rage, his hostility, his condemnation of her seemed to him the reign of some exterior influence in his mind. He thought incredulously of the long decline in tenderness that had followed the first days of their delight in each other, the diminution of endearment, the first yielding to irritability, the evenings he had spent doggedly working, resisting all his sense of her presence. One cannot always be love-making, he had said, and so they were slipping apart. Then in countless little things he had not been patient, he had not been fair. He had wounded her by harshness, by unsympathetic criticism, above all by his absurd secrecy about Miss Heydinger's letters. Why on earth had he kept those letters from her, as though there was something to hide? What was there to hide? What possible antagonism could there be? Yet it was by such little things that their love was now like some once valued possession that had been in brutal hands. It was scratched and chipped and tarnished. It was on its way to being altogether destroyed. Her manner had changed towards him. A gulf was opening that he might never be able to close again. "No, it shall not be," he said. "It shall not be." But how to get back to the old footing? How to efface the things he had said, the things that had been done? Could they get back? For a moment he faced a new possibility. Suppose they could not get back? Suppose the mischief was done? Suppose that when he slammed the door behind him it locked, and was locked against him for ever? "But we must," said Lewisham. "We must." He perceived clearly that this was no business of reasoned apologies. He must begin again. He must get back to emotion. He must thrust back the overwhelming pressure of everyday stresses and necessities that was crushing all the warmth and colour from their lives. But how? How? He must make love to her again. But how to begin? How to mark the change? There had been making up before, sullen concessions and treaties, but this was different. He tried to imagine something he might say, some appeal that he might make. Everything he thought of was cold and hard, or pitiful and undignified, or theatrical and foolish. Suppose the door was closed, if already it was too late. In every direction he was confronted by the bristling memories of harsh things. He had a glimpse of how he must have changed in her eyes, and things became intolerable for him. For now he was assured he loved her still with all his heart. And suddenly came a florist's window, and in the centre of it a glorious heap of roses. They caught his eye before they caught his mind. He saw white roses, virginal white, roses of cream and pink and crimson, the tints of flesh and pearl, rich, a mass of scented colour, visible odours, and in the midst of them a note of sullen red. It was, as it were, the very colour of his emotion. He stopped abruptly. He turned back to the window and stared frankly. It was gorgeous, he saw, but why so particularly did it appeal to him? Then he perceived, as though it was altogether self-evident, what he had to do. This was what he wanted. This was the note he had to strike. Among other things, because it would repudiate the accursed worship of pinching self-restraint that was one of the incessant stresses between them. They would come to her with a pure unexpectedness. They would flame upon her. Then, after the roses, he would return. Suddenly the grey trouble passed from his mind. He saw the world full of colour again. He saw the scene he desired bright and clear, saw Ethel no longer bitter and weeping, but glad as once she had always seemed glad. His heartbeats quickened. It was giving had been needed, and he would give. Some weak voice of indiscreet discretion squeaked and vanished. He had, he knew, a sovereign in his pocket. He went in. He found himself in front of a formidable young lady in black and unprepared with any formula. He had never bought flowers before. He looked about him for an inspiration. He pointed at the roses. "I want those roses," he said. He emerged again with only a few small silver coins remaining out of the sovereign he had changed. The roses were to go to Ethel, properly packed. They were to be delivered according to his express direction at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, Lewisham had reiterated very earnestly. "We quite understand," the young lady in black had said, and had pretended to be unable to conceal a smile. "We're quite accustomed to sending out flowers." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The coming of the roses. And the roses miscarried. When Lewisham returned from Vigours, it was already nearly 7. He entered the house with a beating heart. He had expected to find Ethel excited, the roses displayed. But her face was white and jaded. He was so surprised by this that the greeting upon his lips died away. He was balked. He went into the sitting room, and there were no roses to be seen. Ethel came past him and stood with her back to him, looking out of the window. The suspense was suddenly painful. He was obliged to ask, though he was certain of the answer, "Has nothing come?" Ethel looked at him. "What did you think had come?" "Oh, nothing." She looked out of the window again. "No," she said slowly, "nothing has come." He tried to think of something to say that might bridge the distance between them, but he could think of nothing. He must wait until the roses came. He took out his books, and a gaunt hour passed to supper time. Supper was a chilly ceremonial set with necessary over-polite remarks. Disappointment and exasperation darkened Lewisham's soul. He began to feel angry with everything, even with her. He perceived she still judged him angry, and that made him angry with her. He was resuming his books, and she was helping Madame Gadow's servant to clear away, when they heard a rapping at the street door. "They have come at last," he said to himself, brightening, and hesitated whether he should bolt or witness her reception of them. The servant was a nuisance. Then he heard Chaffery's voice, and whispered a soft "damn" to himself. The only thing to do now, if the roses came, was to slip out into the passage, intercept them, and carry them into the bedroom by the door between that and the passage. It would be undesirable for Chaffery to witness that phase of sentiment. He might flash some dart of ridicule that would stick in their memory for ever. Lewisham tried to show that he did not want a visitor, but Chaffery was in high spirits and could have warmed a dozen cold welcomes. He sat down without any express invitation in the chair that he preferred. Before Mr. and Mrs. Chaffery the Lewishams veiled whatever trouble might be between them beneath an insincere cordiality, and Chaffery was soon talking freely, unsuspicious of their crisis. He produced 2 cigars. "I had a wild moment," he said. "For once," said I, "the honest shall smoke the admirable, or the admirable shall smoke the honest, whichever you like best. Try one? No? Those austere principles of yours. There will be more pleasure then. But really, I would as soon you smoked it as I. For to-night I radiate benevolence." He cut the cigar with care, he lit it with ceremony, waiting until nothing but honest wood was burning on the match, and for fully a minute he was silent, evolving huge puffs of smoke. And then he spoke again, punctuating his words by varied and beautiful spirals. "So far," he said, "I have only trifled with knavery." As Lewisham said nothing, he resumed after a pause. "There are 3 sorts of men in the world, my boy, 3 and no more, and of women only 1. There are happy men and there are knaves and fools. Hybrids I don't count. And to my mind knaves and fools are very much alike." He paused again. "I suppose they are," said Lewisham flatly, and frowned at the fireplace. Chaffery eyed him. "I am talking wisdom. To-night I am talking a particular brand of wisdom. I am broaching some of my oldest and finest, because, as you will find one day, this is a special occasion. And you are distrait." Lewisham looked up. "Birthday?" he said. "You will see. But I was making golden observations about knaves and fools. I was early convinced of the absolute necessity of righteousness if a man is to be happy. I know it as surely as there is a sun in the heavens. Does that surprise you?" "Well, it hardly squares." "No, I know. I will explain all that. But let me tell you the happy life. Let me give you that, as if I lay on my deathbed and this was a parting gift. In the first place, mental integrity. Prove all things, hold fast to that which is right. Let the world have no illusions for you, no surprises. Nature is full of cruel catastrophes. Man is a physically degenerate ape. Every appetite, every instinct needs the curb. Salvation is not in the nature of things, but whatever salvation there may be is in the nature of man. Face all these painful things. I hope you follow that?" "Go on," said Lewisham, with the debating society taste for a thesis prevailing for a minute over that matter of the roses. "In youth, exercise and learning. In adolescence, ambition. And in early manhood, love. No footlight passion." Chaffery was very solemn and insistent, with a lean extended finger, upon this point. "Then marriage, young and decent, and then children, and stout honest work for them. Work too for the state in which they live. A life of self-devotion indeed, and for sunset a decent pride. That is the happy life. Rest assured, that is the happy life. The life natural selection has been shaping for man since life began. So a man may go happy from the cradle to the grave, at least passably happy. And to do this needs just 3 things: a sound body, a sound intelligence, and a sound will. A sound will." Chaffery paused on the repetition. "No other happiness endures. And when all men are wise, all men will seek that life. Fame, wealth, art. The Red Indians worship lunatics, and we are still by way of respecting the milder sorts.
But I say that all men who do not lead that happy life are knaves and fools. The physical cripple, you know, poor devil, I count a sort of bodily fool." "Yes," weighed Lewisham. "I suppose he is." "Now a fool fails of happiness because of his insufficient mind. He miscalculates. He stumbles and hobbles. Some cant or claptrap whirls him away. He gets passion out of a book and a wife out of the stews, or he quarrels on a petty score. Threats frighten him. Vanity beguiles him. He fails by blindness. But the knave who is not a fool fails against the light. Many knaves are fools also, most are, but some are not. I know. I am a knave, but no fool. The essence of your knave is that he lacks the will, the motive capacity to seek his own greater good. The knave abhors persistence. Strait is the way and narrow the gate. The knave cannot keep to it, and the fool cannot find it." Lewisham lost something of what Chaffery was saying by reason of a rap outside. He rose, but Ethel was before him. He concealed his anxiety as well as he could, and was relieved when he heard the front door close again and her footsteps pass into the bedroom by the passage door. He reverted to Chaffery. "Has it ever occurred to you," asked Chaffery, apparently apropos of nothing, "that intellectual conviction is no motive at all, any more than a railway map will run a train a mile?" "Eh?" said Lewisham. "Map? Run a train a mile? Of course, yes. No, it won't." "That is precisely my case," said Chaffery. "That is the case of your pure knave everywhere. We are not fools because we know. But yonder runs the highway, windy, hard and austere, a sort of dry happiness that will endure. And here is the pleasant byway, lush, my boy, lush as the poets have it, and with its certain man-trap among the flowers." Ethel returned through the folding doors. She glanced at Lewisham, remained standing for a while, sat down in the basket chair as if to resume some domestic needlework that lay upon the table, then rose and went back into the bedroom. Chaffery proceeded to expatiate on the transitory nature of passion and all glorious and acute experiences. Whole passages of that discourse Lewisham did not hear, so intent was he upon those roses. Why had Ethel gone back into the bedroom? Was it possible? Presently she returned, but she sat down so that he could not see her face. "If there is one thing to set against the wholesome life, it is adventure," Chaffery was saying. "But let every adventurer pray for an early death. For with adventure come wounds, and with wounds come sickness, and, except in romances, sickness affects the nervous system. Your nerve goes. Where are you then, my boy?" "Sh! What's that?" said Lewisham. It was a rap at the house door. Heedless of the flow of golden wisdom, he went out at once and admitted a gentleman friend of Madam Gadow, who passed along the passage and vanished down the staircase. When he returned, Chaffery was standing to go. "I could have talked with you longer," he said, "but you have something on your mind, I see. I will not worry you by guessing what. Some day you will remember." He said no more, but laid his hand on Lewisham's shoulder. One might almost fancy he was offended at something. At any other time Lewisham might have been propitiatory, but now he offered no apology. Chaffery turned to Ethel and looked at her curiously for a moment. "Good bye," he said, holding out his hand to her. On the doorstep Chaffery regarded Lewisham with the same curious look, and seemed to weigh some remark. "Good bye," he said at last,
with something in his manner that kept Lewisham at the door for a moment looking after his stepfather's receding figure. But immediately the roses were uppermost again. When he re-entered the living room he found Ethel sitting idly at her typewriter, playing with the keys. She got up at his return and sat down in the armchair with a novelette that hid her face. He stared at her, full of questions. After all, then, they had not come. He was intensely disappointed now. He was intensely angry with the ineffable young shopwoman in black. He looked at his watch, and then again he took a book and pretended to read, and found himself composing a scathing speech of remonstrance to be delivered on the morrow at the flower shop. He put his book down, went to his black bag, opened and closed it aimlessly. He glanced covertly at Ethel, and found her looking covertly at him. He could not quite understand her expression. He fidgeted into the bedroom and stopped as dead as a pointer. He felt an extraordinary persuasion of the scent of roses. So strong did it seem that he glanced outside the room door, expecting to find a box there, mysteriously arrived. But there was no scent of roses in the passage. Then he saw close by his foot an enigmatical pale object, and stooping picked up the creamy petal of a rose. He stood with it in his hand, perplexed beyond measure. He perceived a slight disorder of the valance of the dressing table, and linked it with this petal by a swift intuition. He made 2 steps, lifted the valance, and behold, there lay his roses crushed together. He gasped like a man who plunges suddenly into cold water. He remained stooping with the valance raised. Ethel appeared in the half doorway, and her expression was unfamiliar. He stared at her white face. "Why on earth did you put my roses here?" he asked. She stared back at him. Her face reflected his astonishment. "Why did you put my roses here?" he asked again. "Your roses?" she cried. "What, did you send those roses?" End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. Thorns and rose petals. He remained stooping and staring up at her, realising the implication of her words only very slowly. Then it grew clear to him. As she saw understanding dawning in his face, she uttered a cry of consternation. She came forward and sat down upon the little bedroom chair. She turned to him and began a sentence. She said, and stopped, with an impatient gesture of her hands. "Oh!" He straightened himself and stood regarding her. The basket of roses lay overturned between them. "You thought these came from someone else?" he said, trying to grasp this inversion of the universe. She turned her eyes. "I did not know," she panted. "A trap? Was it likely they came from you?" "You thought they came from someone else," he said. "Yes," she said, "I did." "Who?" "Mr. Baynes." "That boy?" "Yes, that boy." "Well!" Lewisham looked about him, a man in the presence of the inconceivable. "You mean to say you've been carrying on with that youngster behind my back?" he asked. She opened her lips to speak, and had no words to say. His pallor increased until every tinge of colour had left his face. He laughed and then set his teeth. Husband and wife looked at one another. "I never dreamt," he said in even tones. He sat down on the bed, thrusting his feet among the scattered roses with a sort of grim satisfaction. "I never dreamt," he repeated, and the flimsy basket kicked by his swinging foot hopped indignantly through the folding doors into the living room and left a trail of blood-red petals. They sat for perhaps 2 minutes, and when he spoke again his voice was hoarse. He reverted to a former formula. "Look here," he said, and cleared his throat. "I don't know whether you think I'm going to stand this, but I'm not." He looked at her. She sat staring in front of her, making no attempt to cope with disaster. "When I say I'm not going to stand it," explained Lewisham, "I don't mean having a row or anything of that sort. One can quarrel and be disappointed over other things and still go on. But this is a different thing altogether. Of all dreams and illusions! Think what I've lost in this accursed marriage. And now you don't understand. You won't understand." "Nor you," said Ethel, weeping, but neither looking at him nor moving her hands from her lap where they lay helplessly. "You don't understand." "I'm beginning to." He sat in silence, gathering force. "In 1 year," he said, "all my hopes, all my ambitions have gone. I know I've been cross and irritable. I know that. I've been pulled 2 ways. But I bought you these roses." She looked at the roses and then at his white face, made an imperceptible movement towards him, and became impassive again. "I do think one thing. I have found out you are shallow. You don't think. You can't feel things that I think and feel. I have been getting over that, but I did think you were loyal." "I am loyal," she cried. "And you think? Pah! You poke my roses under the table." Another portentous silence. Ethel stirred, and he turned his eyes to watch what she was about to do. She produced her handkerchief and began to wipe her dry eyes rapidly, first one and then the other. Then she began sobbing. "I'm as loyal as you, anyhow," she said. For a moment Lewisham was aghast. Then he perceived he must ignore that argument. "I would have stood it. I would have stood anything if you had been loyal, if I could have been sure of you. I am a fool, I know, but I would have stood the interruption of my work, the loss of any hope of a career, if I had been sure you were loyal. I cared for you a great deal." He stopped. He had suddenly perceived the pathetic. He took refuge in anger. "And you have deceived me. How long? How much? I don't care. You have deceived me. And I tell you," he began to gesticulate, "I'm not so much your slave and fool as to stand that. No woman shall make me that sort of fool, whatever else. So far as I'm concerned, this ends things. This ends things. We are married, but I don't care if we were married 500 times. I won't stop with a woman who takes flowers from another man." "I didn't," said Ethel. Lewisham gave way to a transport of anger. He caught up a handful of roses and extended them, trembling. "What's this?" he asked. His finger bled from a thorn, as once it had bled from a blackthorn spray. "I didn't take them," said Ethel. "I couldn't help it if they were sent." "Ach!" said Lewisham. "But what is the good of argument and denial? You took them in. You had them. You may have been cunning, but you have given yourself away. And our life and all this," he waved an inclusive hand at Madam Gadow's furniture, "is at an end." He looked at her and repeated with bitter satisfaction, "At an end." She glanced at his face, and his expression was remorseless. "I will not go on living with you," he said, lest there should be any mistake. "Our life is at an end." Her eyes went from his face to the scattered roses. She remained staring at these. She was no longer weeping, and her face, save about the eyes, was white. He presented it in another form. "I shall go away." "We never ought to have married," he reflected. "But I never expected this." "I didn't know," she cried out, lifting up her voice. "I didn't know. How could I help? Oh!" She stopped and stared at him with hands clenched, her eyes haggard with despair. Lewisham remained impenetrably malignant. "I don't want to know," he said, answering her dumb appeal. "That settles everything, that." He indicated the scattered flowers. "What does it matter to me what has happened or hasn't happened? Anyhow, oh, I don't mind. I'm glad. See? It settles things. The sooner we part the better. I shan't stop with you another night. I shall take my box and my portmanteau into that room and pack. I shall stop in there to-night, sleep in a chair or think. And to-morrow I shall settle up with Madam Gadow and go. You can go back to your cheating." He stopped for some seconds. She was deadly still. "You wanted to, and now you may. You wanted to before I got work. You remember? You know your place is still open at Lagoons. I don't care. I tell you I don't care that. Not that. You may go your own way, and I shall go mine. See? And all this rot, this sham of living together when neither cares for the other. I don't care for you now, you know, so you needn't think it will be over and done with. As for marriage, I don't care that for marriage. It can't make a sham and a blunder anything but a sham. It's a sham, and shams have to end, and that's the end of the matter." He stood up resolutely. He kicked the scattered roses out of his way and dived beneath the bed for his portmanteau. Ethel neither spoke nor moved, but remained watching his movements. For a time the portmanteau refused to emerge, and he marred his stern resolution by a half-audible "Come here, damn you!" He swung it into the living room and returned for his box. He proposed to pack in that room. When he had taken all his personal possessions out of the bedroom, he closed the folding doors with an air of finality. He knew from the sounds that followed that she flung herself upon the bed, and that filled him with grim satisfaction. He stood listening for a space, then set about packing methodically. The first rage of discovery had abated. He knew quite clearly that he was inflicting grievous punishment, and that gratified him. There was also, indeed, a curious pleasure in the determination of a long and painful period of vague misunderstanding by this unexpected crisis. He was acutely conscious of the silence on the other side of the folding doors. He kept up a succession of deliberate little noises, beat books together and brushed clothes, to intimate the irresolute prosecution of his preparations. That was about 9 o'clock. At 11 he was still busy. Darkness came suddenly upon him. It was Madam Gadow's economical habit to turn off all her gas at that hour unless she chanced to be entertaining friends. He felt in his pocket for matches, and he had none. He whispered curses. Against such emergencies he had bought a brass lamp, and in the bedroom there were candles. Ethel had a candle alight. He could see the bright yellow line that appeared between the folding doors. He felt his way presently towards the mantel, receiving a blow in the ribs from a chair on the way, and went carefully amidst Madam Gadow's once amusing ornaments. There were no matches on the mantel. Going to the chest of drawers, he almost fell over his open portmanteau. He had a silent ecstasy of rage. Then he kicked against the basket in which the roses had come. He could find no matches on the chest of drawers. Ethel must have the matches in the bedroom, but that was absolutely impossible. He might even have to ask her for them, but at times she pocketed matches. There was nothing for it but to stop packing. Not a sound came from the other room. He decided he would sit down in the armchair and go to sleep. He crept very carefully to the chair and sat down. Another interval of listening, and he closed his eyes and composed himself for slumber. He began to think over his plans for the morrow. He imagined the scene with Madam Gadow, and then his departure to find bachelor lodgings once more. He debated in what direction he should go to get suitable lodgings. Possible difficulties with his luggage, possible annoyances of the search loomed gigantic. He felt greatly irritated at these minor difficulties. He wondered if Ethel also was packing. What particularly would she do? He listened, but he could hear nothing. She was very still. She was really very still. What could she be doing? He forgot the bothers of the morrow in this new interest. Presently he rose very softly and listened. Then he sat down again impatiently. He tried to dismiss his curiosity about the silence by recapitulating the story of his wrongs. He had some difficulty in fixing his mind upon this theme, but presently his memories were flowing freely. Only it was not wrongs now that he could recall. He was pestered by an absurd idea that he had again behaved unjustly to Ethel, that he had been headlong and malignant. He made strenuous efforts to recover his first heat of jealousy. In vain. Her remark that she had been as loyal as he became an obstinate headline in his mind. Something arose within him that insisted upon Ethel's possible fate if he should leave her. What particularly would she do? He knew how much her character leant upon his. Good heavens! What might she not do? By an effort he succeeded in fixing his mind on Baynes. That helped him back to the harsher footing. However hard things might be for her, she deserved them. She deserved them. Yet presently he slipped again, slipped back to the remorse and regrets of the morning time. He clutched at Baynes as a drowning man clutches at a rope, and recovered himself. For a time he meditated on Baynes. He had never seen the poet, so his imagination had scope. It appeared to him as an exasperating obstacle to a tragic avenging of his honour that Baynes was a mere boy, possibly even younger than himself. The question, what will become of Ethel, rose to the surface again. He struggled against its possibilities. No, that was not it. That was her affair. He felt inexorably kept to the path he had chosen, for all the waning of his rage. He had put his hand to the plough. If you condone this, he told himself, you might condone anything. There are things one must not stand. He tried to keep to that point of view, assuming for the most part out of his imagination what it was he was not standing. A dim sense came to him of how much he was assuming. At any rate she must have flirted. He resisted this reviving perception of justice as though it was some unspeakably disgraceful craving. He tried to imagine her with Baynes. He determined he would go to sleep. But his was a waking weariness. He tried counting. He tried to distract his thoughts from her by going over the atomic weights of the elements. He shivered and realised that he was cold and sitting cramped on an uncomfortable horsehair chair. He had dozed. He glanced for the yellow line between the folding doors. It was still there, but it seemed to quiver. He judged the candle must be flaring. He wondered why everything was so still. Now why should he suddenly feel afraid? He sat for a long time trying to hear some movement, his head craning forward in the darkness. A grotesque idea came into his head that all that had happened a very long time ago. He dismissed that. He contested an unreasonable persuasion that some irrevocable thing had passed. But why was everything so still? He was invaded by a prevision of unendurable calamity. Presently he rose and crept very slowly and with infinite precautions against noise towards the folding doors. He stood listening with his ear near the yellow chink. He could hear nothing, not even the measured breathing of a sleeper. He perceived that the doors were not shut but slightly ajar. He pushed against the inner one very gently and opened it silently. Still there was no sound of Ethel. He opened the door still wider and peered into the room. The candle had burnt down and was flaring in its socket. Ethel was lying half undressed upon the bed, and in her hand and close to her face was a rose. He stood watching her, fearing to move. He listened hard, and his face was very white. Even now he could not hear her breathing. After all, it was probably all right. She was just asleep. He would slip back before she woke. If she found him! He looked at her again. There was something in her face. He came nearer, no longer heeding the sounds he made. He bent over her. Even now she did not seem to breathe. He saw that her eyelashes were still wet. The pillow by her cheek was wet. Her white, tear-stained face hurt him. She was intolerably pitiful to him. He forgot everything but that, and how he had wounded her that day. And then she stirred and murmured indistinctly a foolish name she had given him. He forgot that they were going to part for ever. He felt nothing but a great joy that she could stir and speak. His jealousy flashed out of being. He dropped upon his knees. "Dear," he whispered, "is it all right? I could not hear you breathing. I could not hear you breathing." She started and was awake. "I was in the other room," said Lewisham in a voice full of emotion. "Everything was so quiet. I was afraid. I did not know what had happened. Dear Ethel, dear, is it all right?" She sat up quickly and scrutinised his face. "Oh, let me tell you," she wailed. "Do let me tell you. It's nothing. It's nothing. You wouldn't hear me. You wouldn't hear me. It wasn't fair. Before you had heard me." His arms tightened about her. "Dear," he said, "I knew it was nothing. I knew. I knew." She spoke in sobbing sentences. "It was so simple. Mr. Baynes. Something in his manner. I knew he might be silly. Only I did so want to help you." She paused. Just for one instant she saw one untenable indiscretion, as it were, in a lightning flash. A chance meeting it was, a silly thing, or so said, a panic, retreat. She would have told it, had she known how, but she could not do it. She hesitated. She abolished it, untold. She went on, "And then I thought he had sent the roses, and I was frightened. I was frightened." "Dear one," said Lewisham, "dear one, I have been cruel to you. I have been unjust. I understand. I do understand. Forgive me. Dearest, forgive me." "I did so want to do something for you. It was all I could do, that little money. And then you were angry. I thought you didn't love me any more because I did not understand your work. And that Miss Heydinger. Oh, it was hard." "Dear one," said Lewisham, "I do not care your little finger for Miss Heydinger." "I know how I hamper you. But if you will help me, oh, I would work. I would study. I would do all I could to understand." "Dear," whispered Lewisham, "dear. And to have her." "Dear," he vowed, "I have been a brute. I will end all that. I will end all that." He took her suddenly into his arms and kissed her. "Oh, I know I'm stupid," she said. "You're not. It's I have been stupid. I have been unkind, unreasonable. All to day I've been thinking about it. Dear, I don't care for anything. It's you. If I have you, nothing else matters. Only I get hurried and cross. It's the work and being poor. Dear one, we must hold to each other. All to day it's been dreadful." He stopped. They sat clinging to one another. "I do love you," she said presently, with her arms about him. "Oh, I do love you." He drew her closer to him. He kissed her neck. She pressed him to her. Their lips met. The expiring candle streamed up into a tall flame, flickered, and was suddenly extinguished. The air was heavy with the scent of roses. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. A withdrawal. On Tuesday Lewisham returned from Vigours at 5, at 6:30 he would go on to his science class at Walham Green, and discovered Mrs. Chaffery and Ethel in tears. He was fagged and rather anxious for some tea, but the news they had for him drove tea out of his head altogether. "He's gone," said Ethel. "Who's gone? What, not Chaffery?" Mrs. Chaffery, with a keen eye to Lewisham's behaviour, nodded tearfully over an experienced handkerchief. Lewisham grasped the essentials of the situation forthwith, and trembled on the brink of an expletive. Ethel handed him a letter. For a moment Lewisham held this in his hand, asking questions. Mrs. Chaffery had come upon it in the case of her 8-day clock, when the time to wind it came round. Chaffery, it seemed, had not been home since Saturday night. The letter was an open one, addressed to Lewisham. A long, rambling, would-be clever letter, oddly inferior in style to Chaffery's conversation. It had been written some hours before Chaffery's last visit. His talk then had been perhaps a sort of codicil.
The inordinate stupidity of that man Lagune is driving me out of the country, Lewisham saw. It has been at last a definite stumbling block, even a legal stumbling block, I fear. I am off. I skedaddle. I break ties. I shall miss our long refreshing chats. You had found me out, and I could open my mind. I am sorry to part from Ethel also, but thank heaven she has you to look to. And indeed, they both have you to look to, though the both may be a new light to you.
Lewisham growled, went from page 1 to page 3, conscious of their both looking to him now, even intensely, and discovered Chaffery in a practical vein.
There is but little light and portable property in that house in Clapham that has escaped my lamentable improvidence, but there are one or two things, the iron-bound chest, the bureau with a broken hinge, and the large air-pump, distinctly pawnable if only you can contrive to get them to a pawn-shop. You have more will-power than I. I never could get the confounded things downstairs. That iron-bound box was originally mine before I married your mother-in-law, so that I am not altogether regardless of your welfare and the necessity of giving some equivalent. Don't judge me too harshly."
Lewisham turned over sharply without finishing that page.
"My life at Clapham," continued the letter, "has irked me for some time, and to tell you the truth, the spectacle of your vigorous young happiness, you were having a very good time, you know, fighting the world, reminded me of the passing years. To be frank, in self-criticism, there is more than a touch of the new woman about me, and I feel I have still to live my own life. What a beautiful phrase that is, to live one's own life, redolent of honest scorn for moral plagiarism. No imitatio Christi in that. I long to see more of men and cities. I begin late, I know, to live my own life, bald as I am and grey-whiskered, but better late than never. Why should the educated girl have the monopoly of the game? And after all, the whiskers will die. There are things, I touch upon them lightly, that will presently astonish Lagune."
Lewisham became more attentive.
"I marvel at that man, grubbing hungry for marvels amidst the almost incredibly marvellous. What can be the nature of a man who gapes after poltergeists with the miracle of his own silly existence, inconsequent, reasonless, unfathomably weird, nearer to him than breathing, and closer than hands and feet? What is he for, that he should wonder at poltergeists? I am astonished these by no means flimsy psychic phenomena do not turn upon their investigators, and that a research society of eminent illusions and hallucinations does not pursue Lagune with sceptical inquiries. Take his house. Expose the alleged man of Chelsea. A priori they might argue that a thing so vain, so unmeaning, so strongly beset by cackle could only be the diseased imagining of some hysterical phantom. Do you believe that such a thing as Lagune exists? I must own to the gravest doubts, but happily his banker is of a more credulous type than I. Of all that Lagune will tell you soon enough."
Lewisham read no more. "I suppose he thought himself clever when he wrote that rot," said Lewisham bitterly, throwing the sheets forcibly athwart the table. "The simple fact is he's stolen or forged or something and bolted." There was a pause. "What will become of mother?" said Ethel. Lewisham looked at mother and thought for a moment. Then he glanced at Ethel. "We're all in the same boat," said Lewisham. "I don't want to give any trouble to a single human being," said Mrs. Chaffery. "I think you might get a man his tea, Ethel," said Lewisham, sitting down suddenly. "Anyhow." He drummed on the table with his fingers. "I have to get to Walham Green by 6:45. "We're all in the same boat," he repeated after an interval, and continued drumming. He was chiefly occupied by the curious fact that they were all in the same boat. What an extraordinary faculty he had for acquiring responsibility! He looked up suddenly and caught Mrs. Chaffery's tearful eye directed to Ethel and full of distressful interrogation, and his perplexity was suddenly changed to pity. "It's all right, mother," he said. "I'm not going to be unreasonable. I'll stand by you." "Ah," said Mrs. Chaffery, "as if I didn't know." And Ethel came and kissed him. He seemed in imminent danger of universal embraces. "I wish you'd let me have my tea," he said, and while he had his tea he asked Mrs. Chaffery questions and tried to get the new situation into focus. But even at 10 o'clock, when he was returning hot and jaded from Walham Green, he was still trying to get the situation into focus. There were vague ends and blank walls of interrogation in the matter that perplexed him. He knew that his supper would be only the prelude to an interminable talking over, and indeed he did not get to bed until nearly 2. By that time a course of action was already agreed upon. Mrs. Chaffery was tied to the house in Clapham by a long lease, and thither they must go. The ground floor and first floor were let unfurnished, and the rent of these practically paid the rent of the house. The Chafferys occupied basement and second floor. There was a bedroom on the second floor, formerly let to the first floor tenants, that he and Ethel could occupy, and in this an old toilet table could be put for such studies as were to be prosecuted at home. Ethel could have her typewriter in the subterranean breakfast room. Mrs. Chaffery and Ethel must do the catering and the bulk of the housework, and as soon as possible, since letting lodgings would not square with Lewisham's professional pride, they must get rid of the lease that bound them and take some smaller and more suburban residence. If they did that without leaving any address, it might save their feelings from any return of the prodigal Chaffery. Mrs. Chaffery's frequent and pathetic acknowledgments of Lewisham's goodness only partly relieved his disposition to a philosophical bitterness, and the practical issues were complicated by excursions upon the subject of Chaffery, what he might have done, and where he might have gone, and whether by any chance he might not return. When at last Mrs. Chaffery, after a violent and tearful kissing and blessing of them both, they were good dear children, she said, had departed, Mr. and Mrs. Lewisham returned into their sitting room. Mrs. Lewisham's little face was enthusiastic. "You're a trump," she said, extending the willing arms that were his reward. "I know," she said, "I know, and all tonight I've been loving you. Dear, dear, dear." The next day Lewisham was too full of engagements to communicate with Lagune, but the following morning he called and found the psychic investigator busy with the proofs of Hesperus. He welcomed the young man cordially, nevertheless, conceiving him charged with the questions that had been promised long ago. It was evident he knew nothing of Lewisham's marriage. Lewisham stated his case with some bluntness. "He was last here on Saturday," said Lagune. "You have always been inclined to suspicion about him. Have you any grounds?" "You'd better read this," said Lewisham, repressing a grim smile, and he handed Lagune Chaffery's letter. He glanced at the little man ever and again to see if he had come to the personal portion, and for the rest of the time occupied himself with an envious inventory of the writing appointments about him. No doubt the boy with the big ears had had the same sort of thing. When Lagune came to the question of his real identity, he blew out his cheeks in the most astonishing way, but made no other sign. "Dear, dear," he said at last, "my bankers." He looked at Lewisham with the exaggerated mildness of his spectacled eye. "What do you think it means?" he asked. "Has he gone mad? We've been conducting some experiments involving considerable mental strain. He and I and a lady. Hypnotic." "I should look at my cheque book if I were you." Lagune produced some keys and got out his cheque book. He turned over the counterfoils. "There's nothing wrong here," he said, and handed the book to Lewisham. Said Lewisham. "I suppose this... I say, is this right?" He handed back the book to Lagune, open at the blank counterfoil of a cheque that had been removed. Lagune stared and passed his hand over his forehead in a confused way. "I can't see this," he said. Lewisham had never heard of post-hypnotic suggestion, and he stood incredulous. "You can't see that?" he said. "What nonsense!" "I can't see it," repeated Lagune. For some seconds Lewisham could not get away from stupid repetitions of his inquiry. Then he hit upon a collateral proof. "But look here, can you see this counterfoil?" "Plainly," said Lagune. "Can you read the number?" 5,279. "Well, and this?" 5,281. "Well, where's 5,280? Lagune began to look uncomfortable. "Surely," he said, "he has not. Will you read it out, the cheque? The counterfoil, I mean, that I am unable to see?" "It's blank," said Lewisham with an irresistible grin. "Surely," said Lagune, and the discomfort of his expression deepened. "Do you mind if I call in a servant to confirm?" Lewisham did not mind, and the same girl who had admitted him to the séance appeared. When she had given her evidence she went again. As she left the room by the door behind Lagune, her eyes met Lewisham's, and she lifted her eyebrows, depressed her mouth, and glanced at Lagune with a meaning expression. "I'm afraid," said Lagune, "that I have been shabbily treated. Mr. Chaffery is a man of indisputable powers, but I'm afraid, I'm very much afraid, he has abused the conditions of the experiment. All this, and his insults, touch me rather nearly." He paused. Lewisham rose. "Do you mind if you come again?" asked Lagune with gentle politeness. Lewisham was surprised to find himself sorry. "He was a man of extraordinary gifts," said Lagune. "I had come to rely upon him. My cash balance has been rather heavy lately. How he came to know of that I'm unable to say. Without supposing, that is, that he had very remarkable gifts." When Lewisham saw Lagune again he learnt the particulars of Chaffery's misdeed, and the additional fact that the lady had also disappeared. "That's a good job," he remarked selfishly. "There's no chance of his coming back." He spent a moment trying to imagine the lady. He realised more vividly than he had ever done before the narrow range of his experience, the bounds of his imagination. These people also, with grey hair and truncated honour, had their emotions. Even it may be glowing. He came back to facts. Chaffery had induced Lagune, when hypnotised, to sign a blank cheque as an autograph. "The strange thing is," explained Lagune, "it's doubtful if he's legally accountable. The law is so peculiar about hypnotism, and I certainly signed the cheque, you know." The little man, in spite of his losses, was now almost cheerful again on account of a curious side issue. "You may say it is coincidence," he said. "You may call it a fluke, but I prefer to look for some other interpretation. Consider this. The amount of my balance is a secret between me and my bankers. He never had it from me, for I did not know it. I hadn't looked at my passbook for months. But he drew it all in one cheque, within 17 and sixpence of the total, and the total was over £500. He seemed quite bright again as he culminated. "Within 17 and sixpence," he said. "Now, how do you account for that, eh? Give me a materialistic explanation that will explain away all that. You can't. Neither can I." "I think I can," said Lewisham. "Well, what is it?" Lewisham nodded towards a little drawer of the bureau. "Don't you think, perhaps," a little ripple of laughter passed across his mind, "he had a skeleton key?" Lagune's face lingered amusingly in Lewisham's mind as he returned to Clapham, but after a time that amusement passed away. He declined upon the extraordinary fact that Chaffery was his father-in-law, Mrs. Chaffery his mother-in-law, that these two and Ethel constituted his family, his clan, and that grimy, graceless house up the Clapham hillside was to be his home. Home! His connection with these things as a point of worldly departure was as inexorable now as though he had been born to it. And a year ago, except for a fading reminiscence of Ethel, none of these people had existed for him. The ways of destiny! The happenings of the last few months, foreshortened in perspective, seemed to have almost a pantomimic rapidity. The thing took him suddenly as being laughable, and he laughed. His laugh marked an epoch. Never before had Lewisham laughed at any fix in which he had found himself. The enormous seriousness of adolescence was coming to an end. The days of his growing were numbered. It was a laugh of infinite admissions. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. In Battersea Park. Now, although Lewisham had promised to bring things to a conclusion with Miss Heydinger, he did nothing in the matter for 5 weeks. He merely left that crucial letter of hers unanswered. In that time their removal from Madam Gadow's into the gaunt house at Clapham was accomplished, not without polyglot controversy, and the young couple settled themselves into the little room on the second floor, even as they had arranged. And there it was that suddenly the world was changed, was astonishingly transfigured by a whisper. It was a whisper between sobs and tears, with Ethel's arms about him and Ethel's hair streaming down so that it hid her face from him. And he too had whispered, dismayed perhaps a little, and yet feeling a strange pride, a strange novel emotion, feeling altogether different from the things he had fancied he might feel when this thing that he had dreaded should come. Suddenly he perceived finality, the advent of the solution, the reconciliation of the conflict that had been waged so long. Hesitations were at an end. He took his line. Next day he wrote a note, and 2 mornings later he started for his mathematical duffers an hour before it was absolutely necessary, and instead of going directly to Vigours, went over the bridge to Battersea Park. There, waiting for him by a seat where once they had met before, he found Miss Heydinger pacing. They walked up and down side by side, speaking for a little while about indifferent topics, and then they came upon a pause. "You have something to tell me," said Miss Heydinger abruptly. Lewisham changed colour a little. "Oh yes," he said. "The fact is," he affected ease, "did I ever tell you I was married?" "Married?" "Yes." "Married?" "Yes," a little testily. For a moment neither spoke. Lewisham stood without dignity, staring at the dahlias of the London County Council, and Miss Heydinger stood regarding him. "And that is what you have to tell me?" Mr. Lewisham turned and met her eyes. "Yes," he said, "that is what I have to tell you." Pause. "Do you mind if I sit down?" asked Miss Heydinger in an indifferent tone. "There is a seat yonder," said Lewisham, "under the tree." They walked to the seat in silence. "Now," said Miss Heydinger quietly, "tell me whom you have married." Lewisham answered sketchily. She asked him another question, and another. He felt stupid, and answered with a halting truthfulness. "I might have known," she said. "I might have known. Only I would not know. Tell me some more. Tell me about her." Lewisham did. The whole thing was abominably disagreeable to him, but it had to be done. He had promised Ethel it should be done. Presently Miss Heydinger knew the main outline of his story, knew all his story, except the emotion that made it credible. "And you were married before the second examination?" she repeated. "Yes," said Lewisham. "But why did you not tell me of this before?" asked Miss Heydinger. "I don't know," said Lewisham. "I wanted to, that day in Kensington Gardens, but I didn't. I suppose I ought to have done so." "I think you ought to have done so." "Yes, I suppose I ought, but I didn't. Somehow it has been hard. I didn't know what you would say. The thing seemed so rash, you know, and all that." He paused blankly. "I suppose you had to do it," said Miss Heydinger presently, with her eyes on his profile. Lewisham began the second and more difficult part of his explanation. "There's been a difficulty," he said, "all the way along. I mean, about you, that is. It's a little difficult. The fact is, my wife, you know, she looks at things differently from what we do." "We?" "Yes, it's odd, of course, but she has seen your letters." "You didn't show her?" "No, but I mean she knows you write to me, and she knows you write about socialism and literature and things we have in common, things she hasn't." "You mean to say she doesn't understand these things?" "She's not thought about them. I suppose there's a sort of difference in education." "And she objects?" "No," said Lewisham, lying promptly. "She doesn't object." "Well," said Miss Heydinger, and her face was white. "She feels that she feels she does not say, of course, but I know she feels that is something she ought to share. I know how she cares for me, and it shames her, it reminds her. Don't you see how it hurts her?" "Yes, I see. So that even that little..." Miss Heydinger's breath seemed to catch, and she was abruptly silent. She spoke at last with an effort. "That it hurts me," she said, and grimaced, and stopped again. "No," said Lewisham, "that is not it." He hesitated. "I knew this would hurt you." "You love her? You can sacrifice..." "No, it is not that. But there is a difference. Hurting her, she would not understand. But you, somehow it seems a natural thing for me to come to you. I seem to look to you. For her I'm always making allowances." "You love her?" "I wonder if it is that makes the difference. Things are so complex. Love means anything or nothing. I know you better than I do her. You know me better than she will ever do. I could tell you things I could not tell her. I could put all myself before you, almost, and know you would understand. Only..." "You love her?" "Yes," said Lewisham lamely, and pulling at his moustache. "I suppose that must be it." For a space neither spoke. Then Miss Heydinger said, "Oh!" with extraordinary emphasis. "To think of this end to it all! That all your promise... What is it she gives that I could not have given? Even now, why should I give up that much of you that is mine? If she could take it, but she cannot take it. If I let you go, you will do nothing. All this ambition, all these interests will dwindle and die, and she will not mind. She will not understand. She will think that she still has you. Why should she cover what she cannot possess? Why should she be given the thing that is mine, to throw aside?" She did not look at Lewisham, but before her, her face a white misery. In a way, I had come to think of you as something belonging to me. I shall still." "There is one thing," said Lewisham after a pause. "It is a thing that has come to me once or twice lately. Don't you think that perhaps you overestimate the things I might have done? I know we've talked of great things to do, but I've been struggling for half a year and more to get the sort of living almost any one seems able to get. It has taken me all my time. One can't help thinking after that, perhaps the world is a stiffer sort of affair." "No," she said decisively, "you could have done great things. Even now," she said, "you may do great things, if only I might see you sometimes, write to you sometimes. You are so capable and weak. You must have somebody. That is your weakness. You fail in your belief. You must have support and belief, unstinted support and belief. Why could I not be that to you? It is all I want to be. At least all I want to be now. Why need she know? It robs her of nothing. I want nothing she has. But I know of my own strength too. I can do nothing. I know that with you. It is only knowing hurts her. Why should she know?" Mr. Lewisham looked at her doubtfully. That phantom greatness of his, it was that lit her eyes. In that instant at least he had no doubts of the possibility of his career. But he knew that in some way the secret of his greatness and this admiration went together. Conceivably they were one and indivisible. Why indeed need Ethel know? His imagination ran over the things that might be done, the things that might happen, and touched swiftly upon complication, confusion, discovery. "The thing is, I must simplify my life. I shall do nothing unless I simplify my life. Only people who are well off can be complex. It is one thing or the other." He hesitated, and suddenly had a vision of Ethel weeping, as once he had seen her weep with the light on the tears in her eyes. "No," he said almost brutally. "No, it's like this. I can't do anything underhand. I mean, I'm not so amazingly honest now, but I've not that sort of mind. She would find me out. It would do no good, and she would find me out. My life's too complex. I can't manage it and go straight. You've overrated me. And besides, things have happened. Something..." He hesitated, and then snatched at his resolve. "I've got to simplify, and that's the plain fact of the case. I'm sorry, but it is so." Miss Heydinger made no answer. Her silence astonished him. For nearly 20 seconds, perhaps, they sat without speaking. With a quick motion she stood up, and at once he stood up before her. Her face was flushed, her eyes downcast. "Good bye," she said suddenly in a low tone, and held out her hand. "But..." said Lewisham, and stopped. Miss Heydinger's colour left her. "Good bye," she said, looking him suddenly in the eyes and smiling awry. "There is no more to say, is there? Good bye." He took her hand. "I hope I didn't..." "Good bye," she said impatiently, and suddenly disengaged her hand and turned away from him. He made a step after her. "Miss Heydinger," he said, but she did not stop. "Miss Heydinger!" He realised that she did not want to answer him again. He remained motionless, watching her retreating figure. An extraordinary sense of loss came into his mind, a vague impulse to pursue her and pour out vague passionate protestations. Not once did she look back. She was already remote when he began hurrying after her. Once he was in motion he quickened his pace and gained upon her. He was within 30 yards of her as she drew near the gates. His pace slackened. Suddenly he was afraid she might look back. She passed out of the gates, out of his sight. He stopped, looking where she had disappeared. He sighed and took the pathway to his left that led back to the bridge and Vigours'. Half way across this bridge came another crisis of indecision. He stopped, hesitating. An impertinent thought obtruded. He looked at his watch and saw that he must hurry if he would catch the train for Earl's Court and Vigours. He said Vigours might go to the devil. But in the end he caught his train. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anthony Ogus. The crowning victory. That night, about 7, Ethel came into their room with a wastepaper basket she had bought for him, and found him sitting at the little toilet table at which he was to write. The outlook was, for a London outlook, spacious, down a long slope of roofs towards the junction, a huge sky of blue passing upward to the darkling zenith and downward into a hazy bristling mystery of roofs and chimneys, from which emerged signal lights and steam puffs, gliding chains of lit window carriages, and the vague vistas of streets. She showed him the basket and put it beside him, and then her eye caught the yellow document in his hand. "What is that you have there?" He held it out to her. "I found it, lining my yellow box. I had it at Whortley." She took it and perceived a chronological scheme. It was headed Schema. There were memoranda in the margin, and all the dates had been altered by a hasty hand. "Hasn't it got yellow?" she said. That seemed to him the wrong thing for her to say. He stared at the document with a sudden accession of sympathy. There was an interval. He became aware of her hand upon his shoulder, that she was bending over him. "Dear," she whispered, with a strange change in the quality of her voice. He knew she was seeking to say something that was difficult to say. "Yes?" he said presently. "You're not grieving?" "What about?" "This." "No." "You are not? You're not even sorry?" she said. "No, not even sorry." "I can't understand that. It's so much." "I'm glad," he proclaimed. "Glad." "But the trouble, the expense, everything, and your work." "Yes," he said, "that's just it." She looked at him doubtfully. He glanced up at her, and she questioned his eyes. He put his arm about her, and presently and almost absent-mindedly she obeyed his pressure and bent down and kissed him. "It settles things," he said, holding her. "It joins us. Don't you see? Before... but now it's different. It's something we have between us. It's something that... it's the link we needed. It will hold us together, cement us together. It will be our life. This will be my work now. The other..." he faced a truth. "It was just vanity." There was still a shade of doubt in her face, a wistfulness. Presently she spoke. "Dear," she said. "Yes?" She knitted her brows. "No," she said, "I can't say it." In the interval she came into a sitting position on his knees. He kissed her hand, but her face remained grave, and she looked out upon the twilight. "I know I'm stupid," she said. "The things I say aren't the things I feel." He waited for her to say more. "It's no good," she said. He felt the onus of expression lay on him. He too found it a little difficult to put into words. "I think I understand," he said, and wrestled with the impalpable. The pause seemed long and yet not altogether vacant. She lapsed abruptly into the prosaic. She started from him. "If I don't go down, mother will get supper." At the door she stopped and turned a twilight face to him. For a moment they scrutinised one another. To her he was no more than a dim outline. Impulsively he held out his arms. Then, at the sound of a movement downstairs, she freed herself and hurried out. He heard her call, "Mother, you're not to lay supper. You're to rest." He listened to her footsteps until the kitchen had swallowed them up. Then he turned his eyes to the Schema again, and for a moment it seemed but a little thing. He picked it up in both hands and looked at it as if it was the writing of another man. And indeed it was the writing of another man. "Pamphlets in the Liberal Interest," he read, and smiled. Presently a train of thought carried him off. His attitude relaxed a little. The Schema became for a time a mere symbol, a point of departure, and he stared out of the window at the darkling night. For a long time he sat pursuing thoughts that were half emotions, emotions that took upon themselves the shape and substance of ideas. The deepening current stirred at last among the roots of speech. "Yes, it was vanity," he said. "A boy's vanity. For me, anyhow. I'm two-sided. Two-sided? Commonplace. Dreams like mine, abilities like mine, yes, any man. And yet the things I meant to do." His thoughts went to his socialism, to his red-hot ambition of world mending. He marvelled at the vistas he had discovered since those days. Not for us. Not for us. We must perish in the wilderness. Some day, somewhen, but not for us. Come to think, it's all the child. The future is the child. The future. What are we, any of us, but servants or traitors to that? Natural selection, it follows. This way is happiness. Must be. There can be no other. He sighed. To last a lifetime, that is. And yet it's almost as if life had played me a trick. Promised so much, given so little. No, one must not look at it in that way. That will not do. That will not do. Career? In itself it is a career. The most important career in the world. Father. Why should I want more? And Ethel. No wonder she seems shallow. She has been shallow. No wonder she was restless. Unfulfilled. What had she to do? She was drudge. She was toy. Yes, this is life. This alone is life. For this we were made and born. All these other things, all other things, they're only a sort of play. Play. His eyes came back to the Schema. His hand shifted to the opposite corner, and he hesitated. The vision of that arranged career, that ordered sequence of work and successes, distinctions and yet further distinctions, rose brightly from the symbol. Then he compressed his lips and tore the yellow sheet in half, tearing very deliberately. He doubled the halves and tore again, doubled again very carefully and neatly, until the Schema was torn into numberless little pieces. With it he seemed to be tearing his past self. "Play," he whispered after a long silence. "It is the end of adolescence," he said, "the end of empty dreams." He became very still, his hands resting on the table, his eyes staring out of the blue oblong of the window. The dwindling light gathered itself together and became a star. He found he was still holding the torn fragments. He stretched out his hand and dropped them into that new wastepaper basket Ethel had bought for him. 2 pieces fell outside the basket. He stooped, picked them up, and put them carefully with their fellows. End of chapter 32. End of Love and Mr. Lewisham by H. G. Wells.